Greetings, everyone. We are live once again from Switzerland, one of the most beautiful countries in the world, the country of excellent watchmakers and also very, very good cheese. But it's more than that. It's also one of the best tournaments in the world chess-wise. Biel is a multicultural city, one of the most beautiful cities here in Switzerland, which is at the shores of the lake Biel, and it is a very interesting multicultural city where the French and German communities border. Outside is a very beautiful weather. Summer is blooming. We are right now in the heart of the city, the Biel Congress Center, and that's us. We are the hosts of the Biel Chess Festival. I'm Grams, the Triathlon Nations. Angelica, it's such a great moment once again to be back live for yet another day of the festival.
It's absolutely amazing to be here in Biel. Today is day number 2, and it means we are having rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon, the second day where already the points are being counted. So maybe we should remind our dear viewers what is actually Biel Chess Festival and Grandmaster Triathlon is about.
Right, let's immediately check the tournament regulations. As you can see, the main event of the festival is the so-called chess triathlon. It's not one tournament, it's 3 tournaments. It's a classical tournament, there's the rapid section, the blitz section. You're probably wondering what was happening yesterday. I mean, yesterday was a so-called aperitif, as they say here in Switzerland, a chess 960 tournament, which is mainly for fun, but also to determine who might have the better tiebreak in case after this triathlon there's going to be an equal amount of points. So today we are here for the rapid tournament for both masters and challengers of 5 rounds each. I mean, Angelique, I don't know, which is the tournament you're looking forward to the most? Is it classical, rapid, or blitz? Which is your favorite?
I love more classical tournament because there is a special scoring system there. For the win, you get 4 points, like how much is it? And for the draw?
In classical, 1.5 points, I believe,
1.5
right?
points. It's not 2 points. So 2 draws is going to be worth just 3 points, so 1 point less than a win. So that, I think, encourages the players to fight it all in, to go all in those games. I'm really looking forward to it. But rapid, I mean, it's also so exciting, right?
Yes, indeed. So in rapid, they get 2 points for each victory. Draw is 1 point. 0 is obviously rewarded with nothing. And the time control, as you can see, it's 15 minutes plus 5 seconds, exactly like yesterday, except today it's not chess 960. It's normal, standard, classical chess, classical rapid chess that I wanted to say. So yeah, it's going to be really great. 5 rounds compared to the chess 960. Yesterday was a bit longer, 7 rounds. The challengers got to challenge the masters in 2 more extra rounds. Today, Angelica, I don't think it's actually happening. Just 5 rounds, that's it. And the triathlon is officially starting.
It's officially starting today, so we're not going to have the final short draw like yesterday we did to securing the first place. We're going to see fights in all the games. And I think it's fair that the players are having 1 point for the draw in this case, because, you know, in rapid, you cannot really do the boring draw. You have just simply this pressure of the time, which is always there, and the time trouble, anything is possible.
Yeah, we saw it already yesterday. I mean, Angelica, you were there. We're doing this, I mean, some of this absolutely insane stuff, following it live. And even the best players in the world, they were not immune to blunders. Like we saw quite a bit of moments where players, sometimes in time scramble, they were unable to bring the game to a logical outcome. There were a couple of mistakes here and there, but overall, it was a great day. I mean, did you have like one specific game that sticks in your memory for a long time?
I think it was a game by Bienne against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. If you remember, like out of the opening, that was basically the game over, because in chess 960 there is no theory which players can prepare for, and that was the excitement of it. And that's why, basically, after a few inaccurate moves, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi had to resign, I think, at move 15 or something like this, very, very early on. So, yeah, players had to be really careful yesterday. But today, we're going to have some opening preparation, obviously. Today, the players know what it's all about. And the most important, players know with which color they're going to play against each other. Do you think they will have time to prepare. They had time to prepare yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think it was Liam Le who said, was it last year, that the winner of the 2 previous editions, he said that he was preparing for the entire year for this tournament. Not really sure this is the case, but yeah, some of the players are taking this really seriously. And in a rapid tournament, you can actually prepare for the games. I mean, yesterday in this Chess 960 tournament, you could see that the players were out of the book with the first move, and a lot of improvisation took place. And by the way, if you're interested to check out, there will be a recap available of the Chess 960 tournament uploaded to the Biel Chess Festival YouTube channel. Check it out and leave a like if you like it. And here's the pairings for round 1 of the rapid tournament. Angelika, is there one particular matchup that you're looking forward more than others?
I think there is a matchup of Liam Le against Vincent Keymer. And we remember from the last year, those were 2 players who were fighting back-to-back in the rankings of the Biel Chess Festival. And just by half a point, Liam Le managed to score the victory and get the title of the Grandmaster Triathlon winner. I think that would be a really, really interesting match to look at. And what do you think about the challengers? Is there something special there that you see in the first round?
Yeah, it's definitely. I look forward to if the winner of yesterday's tournament of the Chess 960 section in the Challengers, Alexander Donchoko, he will be able to keep up the pace. We'll see, of course. He's facing the young talent from Ukraine, Semenenkov, who had a rough time yesterday, so it was not really easy. But yeah, it's going to be fun, and we are here to watch it live with you and dear viewers. By the way, also, hello to everyone who is watching from wherever you are. Say something in the chat if you're here. Post your questions. I hope we are going to have the featured chat once again available. We can always bring it up if you find one of your comments very, very interesting. And here we see the playing venue. The players are seated as Mark Andrea Maurizzi, the current World Under-20 champion who accomplished this last year at age 16.
This was absolutely incredible performance from the player last year, but yeah, I mean, he has gotten some more tournament invitations because of this. He got for sure a highlight of his chess career, and we are looking forward to see his games. Today he's facing Saleh Salem, who is in the age already having more experience also here at the Biel Chess. So what do you think? Is it important to have this experience for the player fighting it off in the Grandmaster Triathlon? Because we have 2 the players who have the most experience, such as Vincent Keymer and Alexander Donchenko.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is very, very important. I mean, it was a bit unusual. I mean, I know I keep going back to this yesterday's tournament because it was such a memorable thing. Like Marta Ryasyan's unexpected, to be honest. Very strong showing in the Masters section because, I mean, obviously he's 27 caliber guy, but he said in the opening ceremony that he never played Chess 960 before, and yet he was fighting for the first place. So at this level, I think anything is entirely possible. Angelika, I have a question. What is the prize fund? What are these players fighting for? Because obviously it's not only about glory, it's not only about rating, but there's also more at the stake here.
Yeah, for sure. And the prize pool is really exciting with overall of 28,500 of Swiss francs, which is roughly 29,000 of euros. First place is getting 10,000 Swiss francs, second place 7.5, third place 5,000, fourth place 3,000, fifth place with a 2,000, and sixth place is 1,000. There is a lot to fight for the players, and I find it's really, really good motivation for the players to fight it all, to give it all in every single game. And we see the players right now. Maybe we can go back to our playing hall to see who is there getting ready for the games. And here we have it, Arturs.
Yeah, that's Jonas Bull Bjerre. By the way, not to be mistaken with the Danish musician Jonas Bjerre. I mean, in the aperitif, when we had a meeting with all the players a couple of days ago, I asked Jonas, do you know there's such a musician? Yeah, he said. And sometimes people mix it up. So he's a chess player, not to be mixed up with a rather known musician from Denmark. Vaishali, obviously, is a huge name in women's chess. She made big news, what was it, last year, right? When she completed her final GM norm and effectively becoming the first brother-sister duo in the history of chess together with her brother Praggnanandhaa. First brother and sister becoming grandmasters.
I think it's absolutely unbelievable to have them both here at the same place, here in Biel, in 2 tournaments this year for innovative edition of the Biel Chess Festival. This is really exciting time for both of the players to be here. And actually, if we recall, last time they've been here in 2021, both fighting it off in the Masters Open Tournament, MTO. But actually, Praggnanandhaa was meant to play in the Grandmaster Triathlon back then, but because of his brilliant performance at the World Cup, he didn't make it on time, unfortunately. Arturs, and who we have here on the board?
That's Vincent Keymer, obviously one of the strongest players already in the world. #1 junior, but I don't think that Vincent identifies himself a junior anymore because he's been playing at the highest level of chess for a long time, and he made big news when he was only 13. He won this very strong Grenke Open by overcoming about 50 grandmasters, qualifying for the highest, one of the strongest tournaments in the world, the Grenke Open, the Grenke Classic, my apologies. So yeah, that once again proved that he is one of the greatest talents out there, and today he faces the 2-time champion, Liam Le.
Yeah, I think, and also in that tournament, he scored either his final GM norm or it was just a GM norm in that tournament. And it's absolutely incredible how just in a few years he's getting at the top 20 of the world list. And we have here another very interesting matchup in the first round. We have Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, facing Praggnanandhaa. And they are removing the voters, by the way. I think actually for our pleasure, dear viewers, so that we can spectate the games closely at some moment and see all the pieces on the board.
Indeed, right. So who do we have here? I believe that's Alexander Donchenko against Igor Simonenkov. Simonenkov, at the beginning of this year, he was the youngest grandmaster in the world at the moment. I believe right now it was Erdogmos, the young talent from Turkey, who overtook him in this race. So the age of the grandmasters is decreasing every single year. So it is unbelievable. We actually have here in the tournament, in the masters section, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess so far. That is Abhimanyu Mishra. He is here. And by the way, Samuel Shankland against Keymer Martirosyan, who we're seeing on the screen. They are officially starting to play round 1 of the rapid tournament of the triathlon.
Yeah, let's maybe go and check out what are the moves there on the board. We see some d4 was the first move, was it? Let's get a confirmation.
All right, let's see indeed. So we have the Nimzo. Yeah, Angelica, you know, I'm looking always at this setup from the wife's perspective, and I used to call this the lazy variation, a part of me for the language. So the point of d4, knight f6, c4, e6. This time compared with chess 6, that we can actually share quite a bit of opening ideas here with you, dear viewers. White plays knight c3, and the idea is pretty obvious. White wants to play e4, fight for the center, and black has 2 ways to combat it. Black can play either d5 or bishop b4. Both of these moves are perfectly playable. Bishop b4 was played by Martirosyan. And here the tastes are different. I mean, I've seen all kinds of continuations, like there's the e3 move, super popular. Knight f3 does really good. I believe in the recent World Championship match, Dingleran against Jan Nepomniachtchi also. a3 was one of the hot topics. But queen c2, this is like the positional approach. I just want to keep the game simple and get the so-called minimal advantage at the competitive chess two bishops.
You didn't mention actually one move, which is
Yes.
in my chessable course, by the way, 1d4 for ambitious chess improvers. What do you think the move here is? So it's not...
G3?
No.
F3 I
No.
mentioned. E3?
No?
Queen B3?
Yes.
Queen B3?
Queen b3, yeah.
All right.
It kind of has a reputation of a dubious move, but if black doesn't know how exactly to respond to it, it can be really dangerous for black. And for example, after queen b3, if bishop takes on c3, queen takes c3, then we have the queen c2 line where bishop just voluntarily decided to take on c3, so in some lines it can be good.
Aha, you did not waste the time for a3.
Yes, but of
I get it.
course the top
Smart.
players know it, so.
Smart. I like it. I'm going to try it. All right, so queen c2 was played by Shankland, a3, queen c3. So, of course, I mean, it is entirely possible to play b-dace on c3 and secure a very nice center, and then at some point somehow grab the center with e4. This is a positional game. b6, all of this is pretty standard stuff. Bishop g5 makes perfect sense, pinning the knight. So the players know the theory, they know what they're doing. e3, d6, f3. Yeah, so white actually needs to be a bit careful because here the American grandmaster is trying to secure the center, right? f3 takes care of any knight e4 ideas, limits the laser capabilities of black's light square bishop on b7. So knight e7, bishop d3, c5. So black tries to destroy white's pawn structure as quickly as he can. And right now, this is the position we have on the board.
Yeah, I think c5 was very, very important because otherwise there's always this e4 break with the e5 ideas, and in case of c5 then can be some d5 moves, so this c5 was very, very important. Even though black is not really fighting for the center, at the beginning of the game they're trying to strike it and get some initiative over there. Nimzo is generally very dangerous opening, like it can go either way. Like, do you expect in this game that it's going to be two-game result or a draw is still possible? What do you think?
It's a bit too early to tell, to be honest. I like white's position. I have to confess, Angelica. But first, before I confess, I have a question to you. Are you a bishop's person or are you a knight's person?
I think I'm more bishop person. And you?
Yeah, me too. I can relate to that.
Team.
So what does it
Bishop
mean?
team.
Yes, bishop team. So what does it mean? I mean, whenever there's a possibility, at least now I understand that you, Angelica, as well, I like to get the two bishops because how I've been taught to understand chess is that in the long run, the two bishops will become really strong, right? So you get two bishops very early, even if it doesn't seem much, the position is rather peaceful, symmetrical, whatever. The positions tend to open up, you know, and then in the long run, those bishops are going to become monsters. So that's at least in theory. So that's why I believe most of the competitive players, they're like divided into two camps, right? Left bishops, right knights, right? There's always this conflict between these two parties.
Yeah, maybe our dear viewers, you are a knight person or horsey person, how you call it. So maybe you can let us know in the chat what do you think about it. Maybe you are not.
Yeah, just type in the chat who
Yes.
you are. Are you a knight's person or bishop's person? We're curious.
We can do a poll, by the way.
Good idea.
All right, so maybe let's leave the players to think about this position. I mean, it's still complicated. We can go to the bird's eye view and see how the others' game are going.
All right. What do we see here? So on the upper side, in the middle, we see Marc-André Maurizzi is playing in Salem Salek. This looks like some sort of advanced French. By the looks, I like what I'm seeing there from white.
Yeah, the pawn structure is looking really nice there, from b2 all the way to e5, sorry.
Right, on the upper right corner, we have the reigning champion of the past two editions, Liam Le, playing against Vincent Keymer. Seems to be some sort of
Stonewall?
London Stonewall thing. Difficult to say. On the lower left corner, Vaishali plays against Jonas Bielle. This is either Italian game or Rai Lopez. I cannot immediately make it up, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter really. Then on the lower middle game, we have Mishra playing against Pragg. This seems to be some sort of rather peaceful Queen's Indian, but I really like this white's position. And finally, Semenenkov on the lower right corner is playing against Danchenko, and this is some sort of a King's Indian defense. Angelica, which one do you want to choose?
I would like to go to that French game. Really like this pawn structure. The position in the center is close, but I feel like the both sides castled on the different directions. There might be some attack going on either on white or on black king. So maybe we jump into the
To the Maurizzi game, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Just to very quickly what happened in the opening phase. I know we can't really look at this very deeply. I'm curious. I'm a curious chess player. I want to see how did they get there. The advanced variation of the French nowadays is not really that popular. Maybe somebody is going to immediately get up and scream, hey, what are you doing? I mean, it's pretty popular. But no, I think actually knight c3 is one of the main moves right now, not e5. So knight f3 used to be quite popular some time ago, but everything popular, which is not popular at some point, tends to come back at some point. So the popularity comes and goes. Okay, doesn't really matter. Oh, what happened here?
What happened?
No, I just fast-forwarded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just fast-forwarded. And I just wanted
You
to
spoiler a little bit.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Oh,
this is deep stuff, Angela. Look at this. I mean, White is able to castle short, and he just plays king of 1. Do you think this was a mouse slip, or what happened here?
I would actually not touch my king at that moment because the center is closed. There is no attack coming on the king. I would consider either short castling already or just not to touch the king at all. But I think he just wants to keep the rook on the h file in order to push later.
Yeah, I mean, on a serious note, of course, this is not mouse slip because the games are played over the board, and I think that Maurizzi realizes that here the rook on h1 actually stands much better because it can help to propel forward the pawn, h4, h5, and try to create some targets at the king side. So this is how the game progressed. Wow, king f1, king g1, very original play. Knight f1, bishop f4, knight e3, queen e1, h5, g4. And this is very, very interesting. And now king g2, bishop g3, and white is typically in these positions thinking about f4, f5, try to trade the pawns on e6, potentially creating a potential target on e6, and maybe some could try to anchor the knight from e3 to g6 and try to cause black serious headaches. Angelika, which side would you choose, white or black?
As I myself used to play French for a long period of time, I would take black here because I don't see the way how white can attack on the queen side, but I see the way how black can open the files to the king on g2. I'm not so sure that once the f5 is going to be played, how white is going to hide their king.
Oh, I will play f5. I'm absolutely going to play f5. I think this is one of the main ideas, but maybe it's not really guaranteeing success. You might be right.
Yeah, I think that white has to be a little bit careful, and maybe there could be some ideas to bring the king at some moment back somewhere to d2. We don't know, like
here on a1.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Okay. This is very interesting stuff. I mean, in general, I mean, when I'm looking at these modern openings, that the best players, they understand that you can use also the pawns in front of the king, right? So you're normally thinking like you're a casual player thinking, I mean, I'm just castling short. I'm never, ever touching the pawns in front of my king because they're my shelter, my umbrella, right? I mean, they're sheltering me from the rain, the potential attack. And no, I mean, look at this. At the highest level, they're not afraid to push those pawns forward because it's part of the game, part of the strategy to create targets, even if the king is right there.
By the way, Artur, do you see something special on the king side of the pawn structure there?
Yeah, you're finding bathtub again.
But it's double bathtub pawn structure.
Double bathtub.
Double bathtub. I mean, it's not, and for black also it is. E6, F7, G7, H6. So it's like two bathtubs together. By the way, in the meantime, we got results of the polls for the knight or bishop person, and apparently chat agrees with us. 65% of our dear viewers are bishop person and 35% are horsey person or knight.
Sorry, horsey lovers. Bishop's rule. Okay, we're very biased. Sorry about that. Of course, I also sometimes enjoy to play knights more than the bishops. Really depends on the mood, I suppose. Oh, okay.
And the position. And the position.
And the position, of course, right. It's not always the same. Angelika, what do we do now? I think this game, of course, is very interesting. It's very unbalanced. By the way, now Saleh just pushed g6, and he's trying to rip apart White's plans at the king side. We might still select another game.
Yeah, for sure. For now, we'll let Marc-Andrea Maurizzi think, and maybe we can look at our bird's eye view and choose another game to follow.
All right, who do we have here? I'm looking at Mishra, the lower middle game. You see, he just played.
Immediately catch my eye as well.
Yes. Yes, he played e5. This is something I can't relate to because I'm a big Dutch defense guy, and Pragg played a 5. He has my admiration. Totally like it. So with your permission, Angelika, I would like to go to that game and try to understand what's going on here.
Absolutely. Let's jump in there immediately because we have another expert here in the studio. So.
All right. But this was not Dutch defense.
It was not Dutch, but
No.
F5 was played at some moment.
No, this was not. I mean, it was some sort of Nimzo. No, not Nimzo. It was a Queen's India with, Bogo. Bogo Indian. Not a very frequent guest at the highest level. Yeah, so White once again grabs this minimal bishop advantage, positions the bishop along the diagonal. Maybe I just go back here to this moment, Angelika, and explain this moment here a bit more closely. Why Queen D2? Because once again, it feels odd. So what would you explain to a casual viewer? Why Queen D2 and why not Bishop D2? So what is it all about?
I think it is about where you want to put the bishop next, and I think something like b4 and bishop b2 is something what we want to play. And for example, if black plays something like knight e4, jumping and attacking the queen, then we always have something like queen c2, immediately attacking the knight. So it's not really a tempo, but there is a tempo back.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, I
Is it correct?
totally share the same sentiment. Yep. Looks really great. So bishop e2, b4, a5, bishop e2. All of this, I believe, is still part of a big theory. Rook d1, knight e4, f5. There you go, f5. Because typically black here is thinking about ideas like rook f6, rook h6, g5, g4, queen h4, queen h2, queen h1, checkmate on the board. Sometimes there's also f4, f takes ideas. Sometimes black, let's say you play knight e2, you're careless. There's queen g5 ideas. Try to get to the mate on g2 because the last bishop on b7 is looking at the pawn. But I think that it's still sort of dangerous for black because if white manages to push back black's pieces, it's those two bishops that might play a big role in the long run. And here, Mishra played his typical move, d5. And this is like a trademark move of this variation because not only white closes this bishop on b7, but he wants to play knight e4, and sometimes after f3, get to the pawn on f5. So let me just show you, for example, takes, rook c8, knight e4, the pawn is under attack. After your f3, the knight retreats, you just take on f5. As you can see, the queen on c2 is supporting the knight on f5.
And if g6 is played to support the pawn, there are huge problems on the dark square for the black. So it's not something you want to do, especially when you don't have a dark squared bishop, right?
Exactly. Yeah, one of the reasons why this is pretty dangerous. So after d5, here Pragg was being cautious. He played knight f6, and he's clearly thinking about some exciting ideas like knight g4 and try to get to the pawn on f2. And actually, this game immediately brings to my memory a very famous game by Fischer, where he sacrificed the knight, knight f2, followed by knight g4 or knight e4 or whatever was his follow-up, and then destroyed white's defenses. Might entirely happen also here.
I see that the chat is splitting in some two camps. Someone is rooting for Pragg, someone rooting for Abhimanyu Mishra. What do you think if we have some kind of a prediction on the stream? What do you think? Is it a good idea to do a prediction on this game, on this round?
Absolutely terrible idea.
Terrible.
Of course,
Awful.
do it.
Awful.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Do it. Do it. I'm all for predictions. Great idea. So, dear viewers,
We hope we have prediction.
we want to hear your
yes.
opinion. Yeah. So I hope it's going to happen. And by the way, knight e4 is played on the board. I like this move because hitting the pawn on e6 is one way how black can suffer. If black plays e5, the pawn on e5 is under attack. I mean, what do you do here if you're black?
And it's really a huge pressure there. You would like to adjust your pawn from d6 to d7, you know, to have the pawn chain, but it's not possible anymore. Pawns are not going backwards. So it's a really a huge problem because, again, you don't want to play something like g6. It's weakening the dark squares a lot. And as white has bishop pair, the both bishops can be really active, and black doesn't have the dark squared bishop anymore. I don't know, it's super tough. I mean, do you really want to sacrifice the pawn? I don't think so, no.
I think Pragg's in trouble. I don't like this. And I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, because, I mean, all of this is known. Yeah, there's nothing special about this. So Mishra just played all the typical moves. Yeah, so all of this queen d2, b4, bishop b2, d5, knight e4, this is not a secret. At this level, everybody knows this. So I could only assume that Pragg just mixed up something. You know, sometimes this happens. You play it too quickly. This is still a rapid game. And at this level, sometimes there's no way to go back, right? You make one mistake or the so-called one inaccuracy, your opponent is really good and he immediately punishes you, not giving you another chance to come back. And by the way, these two players, obviously they already played against each other in the Chess 960 tournament, even though Pragg won the thing, but who do you think beat him?
Abhimanyu Mishra, that was an upset in the round number 2, right?
One of the early rounds.
One of the early rounds, and it was really, really huge surprise because I think that Pragg was pushing at the beginning, but then Abhimanyu Mishra took it over and I believe Pragg blundered, right? Blundered the piece. There was some beautiful pin which Abhimanyu Mishra executed, was just up a piece in the rook endgame. Absolutely stunning game from the previous round. So we will see if Abhimanyu manages to repeat this upset. And now it's very important because now both players are fighting for the points of the GMT scoring system. By the way, we would like to remind to the viewers that Pragg was actually supposed to play in the Grandmaster Triathlon a few years ago in 2021. Due to his brilliant participation in the World Cup, he didn't make it, but he played in the MTO tournament here. And for Abhimanyu Mishra, it's the first time playing this tournament, I think overall playing even in Biel. But he's doing great so far against Pragg.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing fantastic. And by the way, if we talk about Pragg's excellent performance in the FIDE World Cup, Angelika was not talking about 2023 FIDE World Cup. When he made it to the final, it was 2021, where I believe he made either round 4 or only round number 5. Yeah, it was only. So Pragg is doing fantastic in the FIDE World Cups. He really likes these knockout stages. Here he is obviously one of the biggest favorites of the tournament, world number 8. So a player definitely to watch out for in the coming years in the fight for the World Championship title. Angelika, I want to select another game. I'm simply randomly going to go for, I don't know, Vaishali versus Bienne. What do you think?
Let's go there. Let's look at the game. Vaishali against Jonas Bienne. Vaishali is challenging in this game the top seed of the Challengers tournament. Very dangerous player, as we saw yesterday, scoring some very nice wins. I believe he was second place yesterday in the Chess 960 tournament, or third, if I'm not mistaken. I think second he was.
Yeah, Jonas was doing really well.
Really well.
He actually was also supposed to beat Samuel Shankland. I think it was the final round when he had this absolutely dominating position, and I didn't include this in the recap of the blunders of the day, but for Jonas it was very, very unfortunate he missed it, but still very good overall result. And right now what we're seeing here, Angelika, this looks actually like the perfect Najdorf, but we already know this was a Rai Lopez a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, we already know. We can already spoiler. We saw a few moves ago, but you know, it's really exciting how in chess, you know, any chess position can be applied for any some different openings, like pawn structure-wise or with the maneuvers. So it's sometimes not so easy to understand from which opening it was coming, current position, if we're just looking at this position over here.
And that's why I always tell to my students, study every single position you can get your hands on, because sometimes people think like, oh, I'm a Caro-Kann player, you know, I'm only going to study Caro-Kann if there's like a Scandinavian or Slav, I'm going to ignore it. Not a good idea, right? Because sometimes you get very similar positions from different openings, especially modern chess, those positions tend to transpose. You start to play English opening, it becomes King's Indian defense, etc. So there's a lot of transitions, it's very interesting. That's what makes chess exciting. But Angelika, I'm looking at this position that Vaishali has played out from the white's perspective, and I can't help but feel something is wrong about her position, or do you share the same feeling, or what do you think? What's happening here?
Do you smell something? Yeah,
Yes, there's something here. There's something here, and I'm not sure I like it for white.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is I think that these knights are really, really powerful there on g4, so our viewers who are voting for the knights, that they're a knight person, I think they would love the knight on c4. Knight on g4 can be always taken, but knight on c4 is such a brilliant piece, which is targeting the b2 pawn, so white has always to take care about that. I think, for example, e4 is in this position is kind of an isolated pawn because f3 is not possible for now due to the pin on the king. And the problem is that king cannot get away because f2 will be weak. Like this is really little bit, yeah, position where Vaishali has to spend a lot of time to figure out how to actually consolidate all the pieces and protect the weaknesses. What do you think? How can she do it? I believe that bishop has to be moved to somewhere like d3 so that rook protects the pawn on b2, and then the queen. She answered the question.
Yeah, just as I was thinking about this, can I play knight g4 and start cooking here, right? I mean, the point is, I want to go for a king set attack. If here black responds with f takes on g5, I believe this was Biere's intention. Now I'm thinking if there's an idea like queen takes on g5, right? So this is what I spotted immediately. Now the point is after h takes on g4, there's queen g6. You start to suddenly appreciate white's potential here for a very good king set attack. Knight f5, maybe grab the pawn, maybe don't even touch it, play h5, h6, and from afar it just looks oh so scary.
Looks super scary, and that's why we can see actually at our overview cameras of the players that Biel is just holding his hand. He's trying to calculate this line. He's spending his time. He has 7 minutes on the clock. He has still time. Vaishali has almost 3 minutes on the clock. I think it's a very, very important moment, of course. Which piece do you take? Do you really want to take that bishop and go in for the complications? What would you do, Arturs, here if you were on place of black?
Yeah, but maybe he even doesn't have a choice, because now after the h takes on g4, white can still continue with the same idea. Actually, I'm thinking, yes, I think so. I mean, the bishop retreat obviously makes perfect sense. Let's say, I don't know, bishop e3 or bishop d2. White could be thinking about h5, try to secure the f5 square for the knight. But I'm thinking, can I even afford to play like h5 right away, right? So h5, you take my piece, I play queen g5. I suppose you take it, and I might not get mated there, so like knight h5 or knight f5, knight f6, queen g4, it just looks very scary.
Arturs, are you a non-material person as a chess player? You're a more creative type of, like, you would go for it in your game, or you're just suggesting for Vaishali because you're not playing the game?
I'm not sure. No, but right now I'm trying to figure out from Biere's perspective, because it's pretty obvious. At least I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's pretty obvious he missed this, right? When he played f6, he probably thought, if you go back here, that after f6, he's attacking the bishop has to go away, right? So that's what he was probably thinking. And after knight g4, he realizes that white is ready to sacrifice the piece. So that's why the pace of the game completely changes. And after h takes on g4, I think he would grab this knight immediately if he would get an assurance that white is going to retreat with the bishop, but he can't ignore this h5 threat. Yeah, so that's why you want to spend here quite some time and figure out where this is taking you. But
and queen g5 instantly played by Vaishali. She's sacrificing a piece and going all in for attack. Wow, what exciting turn of event in this game.
Yeah, so he had to calculate if white can crash through. And I believe that he simply needed to spend like a minute or 2 minutes just to calm down. Okay, listen. Okay, it's fine. You know, it's fine. Okay, I missed this. This happens all the time. Players tend to miss moves from the opponents, even if they're playing at highest level. But let's just be realistic about it. How exactly is white planning to checkmate me? With a queen and the knight? I mean, I can always find a way to bring the queen to the defenses, something like queen b7, queen f7, and I hope that white is not going to be in time. So what probably happened here, Angelika, is that Bienne did some pretty basic or maybe advanced, I'm not really sure, calculation, made sure he's not losing immediately, and he just made the decision.
Yeah, he made a decision indeed, but what I'm looking into is that how many pawns actually white has for a piece. Currently it's 2 pawns, right? And if g4 is falling, that's going to be a 3 pawns already for a piece. So
But that's the thing, right? I mean, 3 pawns for the piece, very often, universally, it's considered to be equal material. However, in the especially opening and middle phase, the piece is always the stronger material. Why is this? Because those pawns are not far advanced. They're not having as much impact as they would have in an endgame. For example, we have this middle game where white has, for example, after queen takes on g4, white has 3 pawns for the piece. You think it's equal? It's not equal because there's so many pieces on the board and this extra piece will matter. And then if we transpose to an endgame, like imaginary endgame, where a lot of pieces have been traded, white has advanced those pawns forward, then the power of those pawns increases.
Yeah, exactly. But also look at this pawn on d6. It looks very weak, so potentially there could be some knight f5 if we are threatening checkmate. Queen f6 would be probably the
That's
move.
a great
an
move.
idea.
That's a great move by Bienne, and I'm not really sure if Vaishali saw this because queen b7, queen f7, I thought was the expected response. For example, let's say you play queen b7, white plays knight f5, and now you can't play queen f7, right? To bring the queen to the
Ooh,
defense, there's knight h6.
Very sneaky. But there is knight h5 in the current position. So if we play knight h5, we don't allow queen f6, but bishop d3 was played. Actually, I was thinking with the idea b3, not bishop d3, but b3 with the idea of taking and pinning that knight. I don't know if it brings something else.
Yeah, it also was possible. Not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest, because after b3, a takes on b3, bishop b3 also create a weakness here on a3, not really so easy to understand. So black would probably say play something like queen f6, queen g4, and I don't know, king h8, go away from the pins. What is this position? Yeah, pretty difficult to understand. Okay, bishop d3, I suppose Vaishali wants to eliminate this knight on c4 because it's pretty annoying. And then somehow with moves like rook d1, knight f5, queen g4, keep the queens on the board, still try to cause black some problems.
The question is here if black can take the pawn on h4 or not, because the pawn on h4 is also
How is your puzzle level, Angelica?
Ah, okay. Yes, now I see it.
All right, we have to show this. Let's include the trade.
It.
And queen g7,
yeah, it's not a checkmate, but it's a fork.
Right, so this is very, very common, by the way, that sometimes players tend to miss in variations. Now, the point is after queen takes on h4, you think that knight f5, everything is great, but black can play queen f6 and is secure. However, you change the order of the moves, and this is where the combinations are born. By the way, we have an update from the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. The game has a bit surprisingly finished in a draw.
Yeah, so I don't know which prediction exactly we had. If there was a draw option or they were just who is going to win. So I guess if it was who is going to win, then no one won the points. But if it was a draw option, then those guys of you in the chat, you were right. It was a draw, but very surprisingly, right? I mean, we were thinking that's going to be a fighting game. Okay, so maybe we stick a little bit here. Or do you want to change the game? What do you think?
Yeah, first let's see what might be the response.
See, yes, because it's very interesting, right? We have such a huge material imbalance and attack on the king. If black can protect this, or
King h7 marked as a mistake looks very, very human to me because I think that here black is thinking about queen g6 idea at some point to trade the queens. But the problem probably is in some lines, for example, like bishop c4, b takes on c4, and I don't know what move I'm supposed to make, let's say something like rook d1, you cannot really play queen g6. You want to trade the queens, but the point is, now after rook takes on d6, white simply wins the game. Maybe in some lines this king h7 is inaccuracy, pretty difficult to tell, but looks quite all right to me.
Yeah, it looks very, very tricky here, so I think that's why black also has to be indeed very careful with every single move, because anytime something wrong goes and there is already an attack on the pawn on d6, and if that pawn is taken, I guess this is something what Jonas has to eliminate. And bishop c4 indeed was played. Of course, trading such a, I mean, we can say bad bishop. Even b3 was not so active, but for that strong knight on c4. Would you trade it, even though you're a bishop person? Would you take the knight?
I'm not really sure But yeah, this knight on c4 was pretty annoying. It was protecting the pawn on d6, and Vaishali is aiming for a simple plan, like try to get the pawn on d6, double the rooks, play knight f5, bishop h6, great move by the young Danish player. Now after bishop h6, not only black activates the bishop, he also takes away the d2 square for the white rook.
Yeah, now the question is, what are you supposed to do? I mean, there is a queen f5 check, trading the queens. There is knight f5.
I was thinking actually knight f5, but I have a feeling there's going to be tactical issues with d5. d5, e takes, and bishop d7. Can I do that? That's the first thing I'm noticing because the pawn on d6 is under attack, and I'm curious if I can do this. You know, d5 takes and bishop d7. So you see the knight is pinned. There's some massive problems, but of course white might not be required to do that. And yeah, oh, by the way, why don't I just take on h6 and then collect the pawn?
Yeah.
Of course, of course.
But that's why maybe black has to play on knight f4, something like knight f5, bishop f4, something like this, or. But then the pawn is hanging. Bishop f8 is the only way you can protect it.
That's a very difficult move. So rook d8 makes
rook
perfect
d8.
sense.
Okay, so he just protects and he allows white to take the bishop on h6. But I think the problem is that once you trade that knight for a bishop, you will not be able to have pieces for attack because you just have the queen on g4 and nothing else. That knight is a very beautiful piece, but you cannot join with your rook to e3 because of that bishop. So bishop is kind of annoying, but I don't know. Would you trade it? Would you take knight h6?
No, I mean, here white is definitely suffering. I have no good suggestions that white can do, so she's trying to somehow normalize her position. There's no attack, and maybe the best she can do is at some point trade on h6, play some sort of king g2, f3, rook d2, double the rooks, and pray that it's going to be enough. But this extra piece, it just feels much stronger than those pawns.
And look at this, Vaishali is trading off the queens on the board. Probably her idea is to hunt those weak pawns on d6, c4, and a4, and go into the endgame where these three pawns on the king side might potentially go all the way till the queen. What do you think about it? Rook d5 here?
This should be somehow technically winning for black. I see the bar. The bar says that black is only slightly better, but I don't know, a piece is a piece, right, after all. And those pawns that white has, they don't really do much. So rook d5, Vaishali is attempting to get to those pawns at the queen side, but also I think it's very important to mention that she's in very severe time scramble. She's already playing an increment, only plus 5 seconds per move. The position is difficult, so I would not be surprised to see Bienne winning this.
But right now it's a threat. Rook takes e5, so that's why.
I missed it. That's a good point.
And also rook c5 is also a threat. If you play something like rook e6, then there is rook c5 maybe.
So do you play rook d7?
Yeah, I guess rook d7 is the only way, but then rook a5, attacking the pawn on a4. So it's a little bit tricky. Rook d7, okay.
Yeah, but Bienne has time to figure this out. His position is not really that difficult, and if you look at this position more closely, these are the three pawns that white has for the bishop, but they're static. They're not going anywhere, right? So this position would be completely different. If those pawns were on f5, g5, then we could argue, yeah, white indeed has very good compensation, but they're not doing much here. So this bishop eventually should be prevailing over those three pawns that white has at the king side.
All right, should we go for some other game, or do you would like to stick here?
I would like to see how this game finishes. Yeah, I have a feeling we are about to see it wrap it up.
Well, bishop c6, by the way, was played. Very interesting. We have not considered that. So idea is to trade one pair of rook. And, you know, when you're up in material, you would like to trade the more material, the better. Because if we, for example, they trade just rooks, then it's going to be just the extra bishop for black, and it's going to be easily winnable. But for now, white has an extra rook. Sorry, an extra rook. White has a rook.
Yeah, this should be technically winning, I think. So let's just follow it until it finishes. Also, we have an update that Keymer has defeated Samuel Shankland with a black color. Big result. After the opening, I think Martirosyan was in trouble. I mean, that's the position I saw after the opening.
Yeah.
Sam had two bishops, so he was looking really great. Whatever happened there before, I'm not really sure. Maybe we are going to have a time a bit later to check it out. In the meantime, let's follow this game and see if Bienne will be able to convert this to a victory.
Yeah, bishop on f3 is very strong. And now basically what black is saying, you don't have those 3 strong pawns anymore. You just have 2 pawns, F and H, and this is actually also annoying for white that the pawns are on C4 and A4 on the light squares, which can be easily protected by the bishop. Yeah, I mean, is there some way you can try to win at least one of those pawns on A4 or C4?
Yeah, but I think also the key of this position is the pawn on B2, so black can play something like king G6, rook D2, collect the pawn. That's why Vaishali played rook E7 to be able to protect the pawn on B2 from B7 square. There you go, this is what she does this. So ultimately, I think that black is winning this by putting the rook on D2, and somehow the bishop goes around. On B3, you collect the pawn on B2. After the pawn on B2, the pawn on C3 falls, and this should be the win.
Yeah,
So there's no rush.
Is it so easy? I think that it requires still some, because what is rook now doing on H3? King G4, and if rook H2, oh, rook B2, okay.
Yeah, rook H3 was a bit strange move because the pawn on H4 doesn't really matter. But again, let's not forget they're in time scramble.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of time to think about all the nuances, so Bienne felt that he has to eliminate the pawn on H4, and he's happy with his choice. But now the problem is the pawn on A4 falls. So white's defense is really simple. White wants to trade all of black's pawns, and if she managed to do that, it's a theoretical draw, because rook versus rook and bishop, as much as people love to play it, especially in accelerated time control games, it's theoretically a draw.
Yeah, indeed, it's theoretically a draw, and right now...
Wait, what about white? Wait, I'm thinking, why didn't she take the pawn on C4, but there was a check on D3? I missed it.
Check on D3. Check on F5 would be protected by rook F4, but check on D3, unfortunately, would work. And now a rook goes to B4, protecting, or, okay, first check, actually very, very smart. First trying to either pinning the king or asking the king to go to the 1 rank further. Everything is happening super quickly. Will Vaishali be able to trade this last pawn?
Actually, no, it's not so simple, because
Yeah.
I'm starting to think how exactly black is planning to make a progress. So
I think,
Bienne decided to kill those pawns, but how does he get to the pawn on B2?
yeah, I think the problem is that currently the pawn on C4 will be always under attack, so you'll not have time to bring your bishop to B3. The plan, Arthurs, you were mentioning earlier, bringing the bishop to B3 is not really possible. Pawn on C4 is constantly under attack, and the bishop has to protect it all the time. Meanwhile, white is actually pushing the A pawn all the way to the 8th rank.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Also, Bienne needs to watch out for an idea that white might play B3, C4, try to trade those pawns, and then collect the pawn on B3 at some point when the bishop is no longer protected the pawn on B3, an idea to watch out for. Still, of course, black is pushing, but it's getting not very easy because the young Indian player is putting up a very, very fierce defense.
Yeah, she's doing pretty well. I mean, earlier we were looking at the position, but there were still a lot of pawns for black. It was looking like black could win, but...
Maybe get the bishop on B3 somehow. How do you do it? It's not
Yeah.
really so easy, because if the bishop leaves the long diagonal, white plays immediately B3.
Yeah, this is a problem. But now king b4, attacking the pawn c4 again. Bishop cannot move. Rook goes to e4, trying to try to get bishop from that prison on e6 to get it all the way to b3. King c5.
Angelica, I have a question to you. What is your experience towards rook versus rook and bishop? Because I have a feeling this is where we're heading.
Yeah, I also have the same feeling. I've played for the stronger side, so being up a bishop, and I managed to win against 18 or 1900. So yeah, I mean, he was protecting really well, for around 20 moves. But then...
Classical?
In the classical, yes. But we were in a time scramble because we played very, very long game. It was over 5 hours, and we were in time scramble, and I managed to win it because he made a couple of mistakes, and when the king was on the edge of the board, I managed to find a way how I can win, how I can checkmate, and he couldn't stop it. But of course, theoretically it's a draw, but practically, Arthurs, what about you?
Oh, I have a lot of experience, rook versus rook and bishop, in classical games, in rapid games, in blitz games. I have even studied some theoretical positions where a black is, or not the black, but the stronger side where he's winning. There's a couple of techniques. How do you make a draw? There's 2 techniques. I have a feeling that we are going to have a chance to look at this more closely. In the meantime, there's an update from the Masters tournament. Vincent Keymer beat Liam Le with the black color.
Wow.
So
Okay.
pretty important result right here.
Important result. I'm just feeling that it's almost like repetition here on the board what we're having, because there were a few times when Rook was checking the king on e5. But of course, the disadvantage of rapid is that players don't know when exactly there was a repetition.
It's a draw.
It's a draw, agreed. Wow, incredible defense by the Indian Grandmaster Vaishali. Absolutely exciting game. She, as the number 6, according to the rating of the Challengers tournament, is managing to secure a draw against the top seed of the Challengers.
All right, but we
Jonas
have
Biel.
one more game, which is Marc-Andrea Maurizzi playing against Alexa Lem. One more game is ongoing. There's yet another time scramble. We are about to see what's happening there, where White has 2 rooks and the knight versus queen should be winning. It's essentially an extra piece, but the White king is on e4. What's happening here?
What is going on? Oh my God, 2 rooks and the knight for a queen. I mean, this should be winning, like, especially because this knight is constantly going to protect the king. The only way you have to make sure that you bring your rooks all the way somewhere to the 7th rank, trying to attack the b7 square. Just double your rook there and go for it.
Right, this should be obviously winning. Right, so queen h3 here. The Emirati player is trying to find a way to deliver perpetual check, maybe make sure that try to exploit White's unusual placement of the king, a lot of checks, but let's remember every single move gives the stronger player +5 seconds, which is a lot.
Indeed, it is very, very much, especially considering it's not a blitz where you get only 2 seconds. Players get used on such top level to play with the last seconds, and of course the 2 rooks and the bishop, and the knight. This makes it much easier, of course, for White. And also this knight looks so nice. It's always, protecting from all the checks around the king. I think the only way for black is to try to find this perpetual, but is it really?
Yeah, but I don't think really there's any perpetual. Yeah, so here what Maurizzi is trying to do, he's trying to secure the king, so that's why here Salem Saleh put the queen on g7 to make sure the white king is not getting to c2. He's trying to make his life as difficult as possible. There you go, Maurizzi tries it again. I think he wants to play king e2, king d1, king c2, and that's why Salem Saleh is going to play queen c1. But now the king's exposed. He should make sure he's not getting mated right there.
Yeah, exactly, because it's actually pretty tough, since the knight is there on e4, also guarding the d6 square, and all the time knight can jump there and help the rooks to attack. Is there actually right now a checkmate in some way? Not really, but maybe rook d6.
The knight is under attack for the moment. Yeah, so there's knight c5 check, there's knight e6 check here, there's all kinds of checks. So Maurizzi has enough time to figure it out. No, he just plays rook d4 just to be safe. And there is rook f6 check, king
b4
a5.
checkmate on a6.
Final chance.
No, checkmate.
Final chance. Try to make some sort of. Wait a second.
Not
I
a
think
checkmate.
these are the guys who played in Chestnut 60 tournament, which finished with a very unusual queen sacrifice, which resulted in a stalemate. The move of the day of the Chestnut 60 tournament, where Maurizzi sacrificed the queen. I mean, the very unusual stalemate on the board. So I think that here Salem Saleh is trying to recreate something like that. That would be a very nice revenge, don't you think?
That would be very, very nice revenge, because, but yeah. Marc-Andrea is just bringing the rook back, allowing king to escape on b6. We will not have the stalemate just yet, but of course it's always a possibility for black to escape into a draw. But yeah, I think that Marc-Andrea Maurizzi will not give that chance to Saleh Salem. King is going all the way to b3. Okay, on c2 is actually still, it's safe. Queen is trying to pin the king.
I think b4 makes sense, but if you play b4, king a4, king b2, are you not walking the black king into a potential stalemate, right? It's very tricky. I mean, you want to find a mate, but to make sure there's no stalemate.
Yeah, and that's why he wants to get those king out of there. Now b4, rook a1.
That's a big threat. This is a very big threat.
So that's why after b4, king has to go to b6 or a6.
No, he doesn't do it. I would have played already b4 right here, but Maurizzi was not sure about something. b4, now it's again a possibility. Try to make sure this king is not going to go anywhere away.
Rook d6 check. If king goes back to a5, there is a king c2, and then there is going to be a checkmate on a1. So king goes to b6, b3 is being played. Maybe king wants to get some hostage there on b2, not to get all the checkmates.
All right, let's follow the action. There's no need to rush.
No
b4
need to rush.
finally is here, double the rooks, get the knight on c5. I think this is actually pretty simple, Angelica. Play rook e2, knight c5, bring the rooks in the 7th or 6th rank, and somehow there should be a mate.
There should be mate indeed, yeah. This looks like king is finally in the safety. There is no perpetual. King is super safe on b2. There just should be some kind of way.
And Maurizzi is playing this, and he's like, where's the mate? I mean, where's the mate? I'm just playing it. There you go, there's the mate.
And there is a mate.
Finally, resignation on the board.
Ooh. Yeah, and actually very interesting body language from Maurizzi. All the time we've seen him playing and he's almost always shaking. Doesn't matter if he's better or worse. Somehow he has this always excitement at the board, maybe because it's a time travel.
The longest game, by the way, so
longest,
far.
yeah.
I don't think with Chestnut 60 we had so long games, and here are the results of the Masters and Challengers tournament. As you can see, many decisive games. Sam Shankland lost against Haik Martirosyan. Liam Le also lost with the white color against Vincent Keymer. Mishra drew against Pragg. That was a bit surprising. I thought Mishra had a better position, but still good result for the young American. Marc-Andrea Maurizzi beat Salem Salek in a very long game. Vaishali put up a heroic defense against Jonas Bulbiere, and Igor Sabanenkov this time has a much better showing, much better start in the rapid tournament than in Chestnut 60, sharing points with the German Alexander Donchenkov.
And let's see what is going to be waiting for us in the round number 2 of the rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We have some exciting matchups. Liam Le will face Haik Martirosyan. Pragg will play against Vincent Keymer. Abimanyu Mishra against Sam Shankland, the US match we have there. And in challengers, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi will going to challenge Alexander Donchenko, the winner of the Chestnut 60 tournament. Vaishali will face Jonas Biel, and Salem will play against Igor Samunenkov.
All right, the action only is heating up. This is day 2 of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The main event is starting up. By the way, there's other side events we're going to mention a bit later, but the challengers, the masters, this is the GMT, the main event of the year, one of the strongest tournaments, one of the most interesting tournaments in Europe. The viewers, I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Leave your comments in the chat. We really would appreciate it. In the meantime, we're going to make a short break and be back in something like 5 minutes and follow what's happening here in Biel. And we're back live from Biel, Switzerland, following the GMT Masters and Challengers tournament here in the lovely Congress Center of Biel. The action already has started in front of the rapid tournament, so let's immediately jump into the action. They already started to play the games a bit earlier than expected, and here you see this very nice bird's eye view of what's happening in the Masters and Challengers tournament.
And we see much more moves than we would usually see in chess 960 tournament because players have prepared for today's round. What do you see on the middle right, on the right, top right game? We have another Caro-Kann there in the middle of the top. We're having another Queen's Gambit, or was it a...
I think it's some sort of a Catalan.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a game of Samenenkov against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, right? All right. Yeah, that looks very interesting. This move G5 is very, very interesting, very thematic. I suppose that's the first game you're going to check immediately. Anything else? There's some sort of a lower middle game where Vincent Keymer is playing against Haik Martirosyan. Feels like English opening, which is essentially Sicilian defense reversed. So let's go to the game of Samenenkov against Maurizzi and see where it is going to take
for
us.
sure. Samenenkov's game against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi as the first game we are going to follow is a battle of the challengers section. We remember from yesterday, Samenenkov had a really tough time at the chess 960 tournament, having only half a point, but we might see him scoring some wins today because he had time to prepare. He had some time with his coaches to prepare for the rapid tournament. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, probably they have some opening ideas here, and these players are playing out very quickly. G5, G4, dropping the pawn on D4. I can only assume this is part of the prep. So Black grabs the pawn on D4. He says, hey, I have an extra pawn. What do you have for it? But White is like, I mean, you have exposed king. And there's also this move E3, attacking the knight on D4, getting the pawn on G4. And once again, we're getting very unbalanced, unusual position.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how Marc-Andrea Maurizzi immediately grabbing that pawn on D4 and allowing actually White to recapture on the G4. Bringing the queen all there, bringing all forces. Oh, here he has knight f3, trying to give up the pawn with some trade of the knight. But was it actually a good trade for Black? Because knight on e1 was doing nothing.
I think this is just theory, to be honest. You know, they're playing it so quickly. Both players are just over 40 minutes. Once again, the time control is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds. This means they're well aware what's happening here. And very often it's quite interesting that both of the sides, Angelika, they're quite happy what I see, right? So Samenenkov thinks this is a great position for White, so there's no need to spend more time than necessary. This is still a rapid game. And also Maurizzi is like, okay, yeah, I don't mind it. Okay, I give up the G-pawn, which protects my king, but I'm going to get a strong center. So who's right?
I would prefer here White, to be honest. I would love to see some kind of an attack on the king side, but of course, Igor has to make sure there is no moves like e5 and e4, e5 and d4 very early on, because if Black manages to grab a center and White will do nothing, and it's going to be a huge problem for White.
I think Black can even afford himself to play some Dutch defense with f5. f5, knight f6, try to make sure that White cannot crash the center with something like e4, maybe rook d1, c takes, e4, etc. Right? Yeah, and then slowly try to take over the game. I'm not sure. I think I would prefer White. Visually, it looks pretty nice. The Black king is a bit exposed. I think this is also suggesting that Samenenkov wants to keep the queens on the board. And also for Samenenkov, I'm quite happy to see that he had the better start than yesterday, because yesterday he was clearly suffering. And it was against... Was it against Maurizzi? Yeah, I start not to remember, because Samenenkov had this very nice game in the chess 960 tournament where he completely outplayed his opponent from France. He had an extra exchange, even extra pawn, and then something happened. His opponent just refused to resign. He was just playing on, and then Igor just, I don't know, somehow he misplayed it and he lost. And after that, it basically just spiraled out of control for him. It was very difficult for him to recover. Very, very tough start, since he's also one of the youngest participants of the tournament. So for him, for his confidence, this not extra, but this draw in the first round is very important.
Yeah, for sure. It was very important to finally got on the psychologically on the right track in the tournament. And we see here a5, so trying to expand on the queen side. But what do you think about the bishop on c8? Still not getting yet out. Rook on a8 is not doing that much. And it looks like pieces are a little bit stuck on the queen side, don't you think so?
Yeah, indeed. So I think that right now Mark doesn't really try to think too much about it, and he just believes the bishop is going to join the game at some point later, maybe something like b6 or bishop a6. I suppose we are going to see. So let's move on maybe to the next game. In the previous round, we really wanted to follow Vincent Keymer, but there was a lot of action going on in the Bielle's game against Vaishali. So let's go to the game of Vincent Keymer against Haik Martirosyan, one of the tournament favorites. Last year, Vincent was this close to win the triathlon. He needed a draw in the final game against our guys in the classical tournament. He did not do it, so it was then a good chance for Liam Le to win his game and overtake the leader. So one more attempt for the young German to finally triumph in Biel.
Yeah, another attempt, the fifth time here at Biel. Makes it really, really big experience in comparison to the other players. And okay, he had also some good time yesterday. I mean, he didn't manage to win the tournament, but he was in third place. He still had some nice games, but sometimes he lost. But first round of the Rapid, he manages to score the important win. Haik Martirosyan is also winning against Samuel Shankland, both players with 1 out of 1. What do you think? We're going to have some decisive game here, or?
Yeah, maybe. Why not? But I'm going to slightly correct you. 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2, yes.
This is a Rapid tournament. I know what you're thinking. Yeah,
yes,
the first round, there was the victory, but 2 out of 2. Yeah, because in the Rapid tournament, there's 2 points. Sometimes it's a bit confusing. In the classical, it's even more confusing because it's 4 points. So that's why every single victory is going to matter really a lot. And these players are really trying to fight it out. So 2 of the top 3 finishers in the Chess 960 tournament, they're battling it out. For Martirosyan, it's been a very busy summer, Angelika, because he played 36 games from May to June in 44 days. Let that sink in. And is there basically every day a game.
Is there something special also about Haik Martirosyan today?
Very good point. This is a very, very special day for Haik because he happened to be born
today.
24 years ago?
Yes, 24 years ago, today, on this day. And as he shared with us on the opening ceremony, he quite often has tournaments on his birthday, and he celebrated only once or twice for the last, 5 or 7 years, birthday with his family. Always he was somewhere else. This year he is in Biel, but I think, as we know, he also has some family here in Switzerland, so maybe he will be able to celebrate tonight. I don't know about his plans, but for sure the first win is a good start in the first round of the Rapid. Let's see if the birthday brings him luck today.
I mean, how do you, Angelika, how do you perform yourself during your birthdays? Because I'm pretty sure you have played in some tournaments while it's your birthday.
Yeah, I had a lot of, for example, Ukrainian championship, youth champions. They usually were at the time of my birthday. I've been performing differently, so I didn't have something special there. But it was always good, to be there at the tournament. But there is short announcement before the start. Oh, we have a birthday of Angelica.
Clap, 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 clap. It's very heavy. Yeah, I could imagine.
And for you? When is your birthday, by the way?
16th March. Yeah, so it's already passed this year. I normally don't really perform well in birthdays. I have played maybe 3 or 4 times, not a lot. And in general, I don't like it. I don't like to play on birthdays because my mind is somewhere else, and everybody really likes to congratulate. I text messages, like to call, how are you doing, congratulations, etc. So it's a bit difficult, it's a bit distracting. So I totally can understand the players who are underperforming on their birthdays, but for Martirosyan, the start is good so far.
Yeah, the start is good, and he has already experience of being at the chess tournaments during his birthday for sure. Maybe it's actually a good time for us to start a prediction on this match, because we have both players scoring 1 out of 1 wins or 2 out of 2 points in the first round, and maybe we could run some predictions on this match.
So who is it going to be, the birthday boy or one of the most experienced players here in the Masters tournament? Post your predictions, the viewers. Write in the chat. We're very curious to find it out. Then we are going to mention the results.
Actually, a great point, Artur, that you're saying. Yeah, that Haik Martirosyan is here for the first time. He's not really familiar with the format in the practice. So it's a really big clash of someone who has a huge experience on this, and Haik, who is someone who is just a new, fresh here, even though he manages to share the first place yesterday in the Chess 960, but having second just because of the tie-breaker.
All
so
right.
What about the position?
Yeah,
We're talking
what about the position? You know, we
about
talk
the
about
players.
their birthdays, we talk about their whatever, everything related to them, not about the actual game. So what is happening here? The last couple of moves, if I may, I'm going to go back here. Here, Vincent played 92 on b4, and when I look at this position from the white's perspective, again, of course, immediately I want to draw some parallels with the Sicilian Najdorf, right? The Sicilian Najdorf is the Cadillac of it's one of the most popular openings in chess, e4, c5, and Garry Kasparov used to play it, and Robert James Fischer used to play it, so it's super, super popular. And this essentially is the same, but white has an extra tempi, right? So here, Vincent played b4 92, so I would be looking at this position, I'm thinking, this is really a great Najdorf, right? So here, Martirosyan decided to counter-strike White's ambitions at the queen side. He played a5. Obviously, White is not interested to take on a5 because this would create a weakness on a3 and also open up the rook at a8. And after b5, knight e4, you would think that White has to take on d4, right? But no. Actually, here, Vincent played a4, ignoring the knight, and his opponent responded with knight d7. I suppose he wants to get the knight on c5 and anchor it with b6. What do you think about this?
Actually, we see that engine doesn't approve it. I don't see exactly why there is something concrete over there, but it looks very logical because knight was not doing much there on b6. On c5, it would not only attack the pawn on a4, but also a pawn on d3. To me, it would be actually pretty logical, but so that I don't play Najdorf and I don't play e4 with white, it's very difficult for me to find those parallels with a Najdorf, but I would play it. Yeah, knight d7, knight c5 looks like an interesting maneuver. But you're more an expert here? Do you know something?
Not quite about the reverse Sicilian or the Najdorfs. I mean, I know some ideas. I'm trying to understand why there was no trade. And I imagine that bishop takes on d4, this was not something that Vincent wanted to do because he is going to have a lot of problem because of the weakening of the dark squares. So this I could totally relate to. Knight e4, e takes on d4, bishop f4. I think the idea here is that black will play a4 at some point, and this pawn on b5 is like cutting off the support, right? There's no support for the pawn, so black will play moves like rook a5, bishop d7, try to be really annoying. And that's why Vincent just ignored it, and he played a4. But the interesting part is that now it was Martirosyan's turn to potentially either take on f3 or on e2. He just realized the bishop on e2 is not doing much, and if I take on f3 here, then Vincent has another knight put it there. So why would I want to trade the knight on d4 for the knight on d2? So that's why these players, they have the chance to trade, and they decide not to do it.
And keep a pressure. And sometimes it's an option, yeah, just to keep a pressure on the board, not to trade, not to give a tempo for the opponent, not to help it out. Computer doesn't really like it so much, but so yeah, for us, I mean, it looks normal, right? Knight going to c5. We'll let maybe the players think a little bit because we have another different and exciting matchups happening. Maybe we could check in the bird's eye view, is there something special and exciting happening on the other boards?
All right, what do we have here? Do we have something that immediately looks worth investigating?
So what is this game on the bottom right?
Maybe Mishra against Shankland is a game I would like to see. I'm curious what's happening there. Also, a bit unusual game for Ihor Semenenkov against Marc-André Maurizzi. I'm talking about the upper games in case the viewers trying to find where they are. So Mishra is upper left, Semenenkov against Maurizzi upper middle board. All right, your call, Angelica. Which one do you want to choose?
Let's maybe check the US battle, the battle of the boss American players. Abimanyu Mishra against Samuel Shankland are battling it out.
All right. What was this? What was this opening? I think it was some sort of Philidor, was it? Not Philidor, but Birds. Looks very familiar position. No, Karakanu. Never would have guessed. 92, knight f3. Yeah, this 92 is a bit cautious continuation. Now we have some sort of a French defense set up where black tries to rip up the center with f6. F takes, 95. This was an actual pawn sacrifice, so I can only assume this is theory. Knight h4, interesting. So the bishop cannot go away. There's going to be a fork on e6. Rook e8, and this is how they got there. You know, I really like this concept in general about the sacrifices and accepting gambits, the sacrifices of your opponent. You're not very often just taking the pawn and trying to hold on to it, but you can find the right moment to give it back to your opponent and get something in return. This is a very abstract concept. It's very difficult to understand it, but it's very rewarding.
It's very rewarding. Yeah, chess is really exciting with all of this kind of concepts in general. And yeah, it looks very nice. So now we have queen b6 offering a trade. Would you trade the queens in this position? I mean, would you do it? Would you allow black open the a file maybe potentially? I don't know. Are those double pawns good or bad?
That's a very good question, Angelica. I'm not really sure because when I'm looking at this position from White's perspective, I don't like the coordination of White's pieces. One thing that I really like, and this is what we discussed in the previous round, is White has two bishops, right? So we are like team bishops, yay!
Yay, let's go.
Really like it, let's go bishops. But the thing is, I mean, they're really awkward. Yeah, so this knight on a3 blocks the bishop on c1. If you take on b6, 8x on b6, the a file is going to be open, and maybe black can play at some point king c7 and rook a8 and try to be annoying and press the pawn on a2. Yeah, by the way, the queens are off the board. So I can understand that Mishra probably didn't really have a choice. So he simply had to do it. And now he realizes, yeah, I mean, my pieces are a bit awkward. I know that, right? So he plays c3, try to limit black's potential advancement in the center and possibly play moves like knight c2 and just give luft for the bishop here on c1. And if possible, avoid the bishop trade. If that's even possible, I don't really know, because if he plays something like knight c2, I'm pretty sure that Sam here is going to blitz out bishop c5 and just anticipate bishop e3, just trade it off, and then somehow use the knight against the bishop.
Yeah, looks really exciting positions for both of the players. Will the bishops win or the knight? Arturs, what is special actually about these two players? For example, I know about Abimanyu Mishra is that besides him being an exceptional grandmaster and the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, he also held the Simul. They hosted the Simul at the beginning of the Biel Chess Festival, really nicely playing against all the chess lovers. I think he was playing against 18 players, winning 16 games and playing 2 draws with 17 again versus 1 point against the chess lovers. It was really, really nice from him to allow the chess enthusiasts to challenge him on the board. Is there something special about Sam Shankland in this event of the Grandmaster Triathlon?
Yeah, I just want to add that Mishra held this simul, which was supposed to be an exhibition, but everybody was taking it very seriously, right? So we had an aperitif right next to this playing hall where they were holding it, and Abimanyu was still playing it, right? We were enjoying our time there, and everybody was so serious and battling it out. So the local players really wanted to take on the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess and give him a very serious
Yeah.
competition. But speaking about Sam, I'm not entirely sure what Sam's been doing recently. I understand that because of his unexpected replacement of Javohir Sindaro, who was originally supposed to play in the Masters tournament, but he didn't get here because of visa problems, and Shankland was the last minute replacement. He canceled his planned training camp for kilo chess training. He's also a coach. He has written quite a bit of books. He's highly accomplished chessable author, so he's been very busy.
Yeah, he's been very busy, and I asked actually this one of these questions to him during the opening ceremony. How does actually he find time, to keep himself fresh and keep himself in the shape, playing so well, so competitively? And he answered actually that even though he has all those courses, books, and he's holding those trainings, first, he's a chess player. He's still trying to improve. He's trying to play competitively. And secondly, he is a chess coach or someone who can help you to improve, writer of the book, author of the courses. Absolutely incredible personality in the chess. And also one of the oldest players this year at the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters.
All right. Yeah, so also very high-ranked player. He was over 2,700 a couple of years ago. Now he's slightly below it. U.S. champion back in 2018, obviously one of the career high achievements of Samuel. Started to play chess rather late, so he was not like some of the young players. So I believe Mishra, I mean, not I believe, but I know for sure he became a grandmaster at age 12 and 4 months and a couple of days, but Sam basically just started to play seriously chess at that time. So it's very interesting that they have had different paths toward professional chess, and they're here.
By the way, interesting. How many years does Sam play chess? And is this more than the age of Abhimanyu, or?
Not really sure.
I'm just interested at which age he started playing chess or started playing chess competitively.
All right, knight c4, bishop d3, by the way, is played. Those are the moves on the board. And I'm looking at this, and I have a feeling there was an opportunity for Mishra, because I see that knight c4 engine marks a mistake. And if this is a mistake, I'm wondering, can I cannot. Okay, I think I already answered this. I was wondering, can I take on b5? A takes on b5. The point is, I'm blundering the bishop, but I saw a check. King c7, take the rook. But then I noticed that Atom c2 is under attack, and I tried to make it work, but somehow these black pieces look just very menacing, so I think it's not a good idea.
Yeah, the pieces are looking really, really active, like a beast. I don't know, these knights are really, really great somehow. I take it he's not going to go for it.
Not really great. So b takes on a4. This is the current position. Shall we move on to yet another game?
Yeah, for sure. Let's check out on the bird's eye view which other exciting matchup we can choose to follow next. The rapid games are going all super, super quickly. So yeah, we have to make sure we're checking all the games, we're covering all the games. So I don't know if we can pull up the bird's eye view right now. I guess.
Or maybe just go to the Pragg's game.
We just go, okay.
Let's just go to the Pragg's game. Bird's eye view at the moment is unavailable. Let's go to Pragg's game against Leliem. So, wow. This is completely symmetrical, is it not?
If I remember, the game started with exchange love, if I'm not mistaken.
I can check it out. I can check it out.
Also, the structure looks...
No,
it was
Petrov.
Okay.
This is Petrov. One of the most solid defenses that there is at competitive chess. Black usually does this to be solid, just to try not to overcomplicate the game and potentially make a draw. So Liam knows what he's doing here. So Pragg was unable to get anything real out of the position. This is essentially also a fight of potential two favorites of the entire triathlon, because Leliem, he is two-time winner, obviously, of the past 2 years, and Pragg is the highest-ranked player of this tournament and world number 8.
Yeah, exactly. Both of the players can fight it all till the end and be fighting for the points of the Grandmaster Triathlon, very special system which we have here in Biel. But yeah, I mean, what do you think about this? I mean, it looks very symmetrical, very symmetrical.
It's just that equal. Yeah, I think here Pragg has not really achieved a lot. I don't know, F3, King of 2, Knight E3, try to get at the pawn on D5, maybe play Knight E3 immediately. Black can always respond with Knight E7. So I would not be really surprised if this is going to finish in a Grandmaster draw. Of course, they're going to battle it out. My suggestion, we continue move on and select another game, maybe somebody we haven't seen yet in action.
I fully agree with you. Let's maybe pull out the bird's eye view and check out some other exciting match. What do you think about our challengers? I think we have not checked the challengers yet, so maybe it's an option for us to go to the game. Actually, what is happening on the bottom right in the game of Jonas Biel against Saleh Salem? Jonas Biel is a top seed of the tournament, and Saleh Salem has just suffered a painful loss against Marc-André Maurizzi, but we can see his pawn is all the way on E3, so let's check this game maybe.
Yeah, let's do that. So good call there, Angelica. Here, the Emirati player has an extra pawn at the moment. Also, this pawn on E3 is very annoying because not only it's the extra pawn, but if Black will get to take on F2, in the long run, the White King is weak. So if Black will be able to play H5, anchor the Knight on G4, the White King is never feeling safe, right? So that's why I think right now Salem is in a very good shape to win the game. So Biel is suffering here, and now he's looking for opportunities to somehow hold on. What do you know about the pawn on E3? I guess you trade it, right?
Yeah, he's taking it even though it spoils his pawn structure completely on the king side. Pawns are doubled on the G file. Pawn is on E3. We have altogether, like how many pawn islands? Maybe it's like 4 pawn islands because those 2 pawns on the G file are all isolated. We have a perfect structure for Black. Is there even a chance how you can hold those weaknesses all together?
I would even maybe try to be annoying, just play H5. You know, I can grab the pawn on E3. Okay, rook E3 is the practical choice, but also H5 and Knight G4, just ignore the pawn also was a possibility. I think Jonas is going to play, no, he's not going to play Queen B5, Queen F2 instead. Now, very calm move, King G7. I mean, of course, Salem is a very experienced player, so he knows what he's doing. He knows there's no need to rush. First, improve the king, make sure there's no checks, and then somehow slowly, carefully capitalize on the position.
I absolutely love this move. Like this King G7 feels like Salem is saying that I'm in the front seat in this position. I can do whatever I want, spend as much time as I want. You will not be able to get a counterplay. I'm just protecting my knight. Slowly, I'm going to push and attack those weaknesses.
What was the question you asked to Salem Saleh in the opening ceremony? I now can't recall. There was something funny about it.
Yeah, there was a funny question for Saleh Salem about his life, about what he's doing besides chess. Because, you know, when I was preparing for the opening ceremony, I checked that Saleh Salem has quite some gaps sometimes. You know, he's sometimes playing, and then there, for example, for half a year, he cannot play a single tournament, or at least some tournament only in the Emirates. And then I decided, okay, he should let us know what is happening there. Is he just simply training, or is he just doing chess? And he said that, of course, he has a family. Yeah, he has 2 children, and besides that, he's not only a chess player. He's also working in the police.
He's a policeman.
He's a policeman, yes.
All right.
That was a surprising news to hear. So yeah, everyone was laughing. But yeah, we have someone who can keep an order on and off the board at the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Right. I'm also very happy, of course, to see Salem Saleh coming back to Biel because we spent quite a lot of fun time in the excursion 2 years ago when he was here, also being one of the participants of GMT tournament, the main tournament. So really fun guy to have here. Super strong player, always been around 2650, very creative player, dynamic player. 97, Bienne attempts to get rid of the knight and somehow try to expose the black king on g7.
Actually, a good idea. Yeah, he has to try to find some initiative, some weak squares for on the black's side of the board, and we see that there could be potential weakness on the f7, and king might be slightly weak. But is it really such a big problem? And why don't you just move the knight all the way to e4 or g4? G4 you cannot do, of course, just e4. Knight
Actually,
e4.
I think you need to be a bit careful. Like knight d4, are there no tactics here? Maybe no, maybe no.
Rook
I was thinking
e4.
like rook e4, and queen f6. But then I
That's-
noticed there's a queen on c3. Yeah, you cannot do that.
But maybe there is something else. I mean,
Queen f4, and if you remove the knight, what about now? Queen f6 check, and you play king g8. You start to see all kinds of ghosts. There's queen f7, rook d. Maybe they're not even ghosts. Maybe this is a very real threat.
maybe it's actually very much real. So I think at this moment, Salim has to make sure what he's doing is actually not going to expose his king that much. And yeah, maybe he's actually has to trade the knights. But maybe we'll let the Emirati Grandmaster decide it on his own. And meanwhile, we'll pull out the bird's eye view and check the other exciting matchups and jump over there.
All right. Actually, I already had kind of decided I want to check also how he's doing Alexander Donchik. As you can see, he's in lower left corner. That's his game against Vaishali. The winner of the Chess 960 tournament in Challenger section. It seems that he has very good chances to win the game because by the looks is that he has an extra piece. Shall we go to that game and see if he is able to win this?
Yeah, I think he has to, because look at that position, just look at those pieces. I mean, he's simply an extra piece up and having a huge pressure on the g7 pawn. So yeah, this looks like he can do it, but an annoying rook. Rook
By the way,
c8.
Angelica, it's exactly the same as in the previous round. So Vaishali once again is down a piece against, guess what? 3 pawns, right? Remember the round 1 game of Jonas Bienne? He was playing against Vaishali. He also tried to capitalize on it. He was unable, and here we have exactly the same scenario, 3 pawns for the piece. However, now that you look at this position more closely, you realize those 3 pawns don't matter at all, and white actually has a very powerful attack. Knight c5, what a beautiful move. The point is, you can't take on c5, the rook on e3 is under attack, and after rook e6, knight e6, now the pawn on g7 is under attack.
Oh, trading off those pieces, and now the problem for black is how do you protect both pawn on g7 and knight on
You
h3?
don't.
You
There's a
cannot.
resignation.
Resignation, handshake, and even though Vaishali was trying to defend it, there was not much she could do. So maybe we immediately go to the bird's eye view to check if there is any other game still ongoing. I think we still have many matches. So which game we have not checked yet, or which game would you like to jump in, Arthurs?
I think we have seen all the games, pardon if I'm missing somebody. Maybe Semenenkov's game against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi also seems to be pretty close to finish. However, now that I look at this position, it seems that Maurizzi is going to win it. He has on the upper middle board, he has 2 extra pawns. In the center, they're really menacing, so I would expect he's going to win it. But I'm looking at the game of Mishra against Shankland, where Mishra has 2 pawns and, most importantly, 2 knights against 2 bishops. This is since something we talked about in the first round. I really want to go there.
Let's jump there instantly, because we'll just probably witnessing at this moment the power of 2 bishops. So even though there is an extra pawn for black, and even though there are 2 connected passers, for some reason engine says it's actually equality. I mean, do you agree with the computer? Or what is happening?
I'm not sure. I think that there was this body language of Sam. He was unhappy about something. Not really sure. He just realized something is not working. I suppose.
If you take, king takes, and if you take the bishop, there is king e5. You're
Yep.
capturing the pawn e5, and then you're easily trading the pawn on h7.
So he can't win this. He has an extra piece. He
Wow.
can't win this. So the point is that white is very secure. Knight e5, king e5, knight e3, knight g2, but I think the pawn on h7 is going to fall, and we are just seeing the final moves of this game, which is getting to a draw.
This is so beautiful, right? At first you see that there are still a couple of pawns left there for black, but Abhimanyu finds this brilliant tactic, and we have a draw on the
Draw
board.
agreed. Now, my suggestion, Angelika, let's go to Semenenkov's game against Maurizzi. Now, that is the only game we haven't seen yet today, although I say that Maurizzi is winning it. Still, it continues. There you go. There we have the full screen of two of the youngest players of the challenger section.
Yeah, indeed. And we have a very beautiful pawn chain from b6 all the way to e3. I'm just recalling the game, which actually Marc-André Maurizzi also played with the black against Igor Samonenkov, and he had also those powerful pawns. If you remember, those pawns were also somewhere on d4 and e3 or e4 and e3, and computer is saying there's a blunder.
Rook b1, bishop takes on e3,
God.
it's a blunder. Look at that. Now, this is actually what the Frenchman missed. So he thought he's winning and pinning the rook. And no, after bishop takes on e3, he could not take on e3 because the rook on b1 was under attack. And now white is playing for the win. What a turnaround.
Absolutely stunning turnaround. Now the king is going all the way to d5. We see that the white's king is much more active than the black's king. The perfect moment we arrived at the game, absolutely shocking. How do you stop the pawn e6, e7? I want to promote.
I'm actually, Angelika, more surprised about the body language of Maurizzi. He was like, there was no single reaction. He just blundered. He was like, okay, I just play on. Very interesting, because I would be super upset.
Oh
I mean,
God.
I blundered this. I was like very close to win this, and I gave up one of the most important pawns of my position.
Of course. Yeah, this is like...
Curious. Yeah,
absolutely
now white is
stunning.
winning. E6, F5, F6, everything just charges forward. These pawns are unstoppable. Maybe even put the bishop on F6 or go around it. And now, of course, Maurizzi attempts to push forward the D pawn, but I get a feeling that, yeah, this is a monster move. Bishop D6 and Rook G8 to follow.
Bishop d6, rook g8. How do you stop this? Is there any way you can stop it? I mean, you can play something like bishop f4, but you just postpone it for one single move, and then it will be still a move. And now, bishop.
And F6, I think, should seal the deal.
F6.
Yeah, F6 is on the board. Now Maurizzi tries to play very quickly. Now the
Okay.
white pawns are advancing further, much faster. And by now, the young Frenchman already should know he is lost. E7 is a big threat, and white is about to promote a new queen on the board.
Yeah, incredible turnaround, like how Igor Samonenkov managed to bail out because of this blunder of the French grandmaster. Absolutely stunning. If you remember the game from yesterday, the pawn for black was also somewhere on d3. Marc-André Maurizzi wanted to promote, and he almost promoted that game, and he was winning. But in this game, unfortunately for French grandmaster, the pawns of Igor Samonenkov are too fast to stop.
This is also a payback for Semenenko because he was winning in the chess 9-6 with a clearly dominant position. Extra exchange, extra pawn, then in the time scramble he was unable to capitalize on it, and finally, what just happened there?
Yeah, resignation.
There's a resignation, right?
There is a resignation, and we see how the Ukrainian grandmaster was happy, relieved, finally scoring the first win here at the Biel Chess Festival. And I think maybe it's a perfect time for us, since all games are finished, to check the standings after the round 2 of the rapid tournament here in Biel.
Yeah, Martin leads the Masters with a perfect score, 4 points out of 4. Once again, every victory bags you 2 points. Draw is 1 point. Pragg, Keymer, Mishra are trailing behind already by 2 points. And in the challenger section, we have a shared lead of Donchenko, the winner of the Chess 960 tournament, but the rather surprising co-leader, Samonenkov, of course, 3 points, trailed by Salem Saleh and Maurizzi, who just suffered a very, very tough loss.
Yeah, absolutely incredible matchups. And here we have the pairings for the round number 3. We will have Haik Martirosyan playing against Abhimanyu Mishra, Sam Shankland against Praggnanandhaa, Vincent Keymer against Lim Le. In the challengers, Donchenko will face Saleh Salem, Igor Samonenkov will play against Vaishali, and Biel will face Marc-André Maurizzi.
This was absolutely crazy action, the viewers. I hope you were at the edge of your seats. I mean, these blunders happen also here in Biel. The best players in the world, they Sometimes they make them happen. We just saw it live on camera. But we are making a short break before the next round because the players are taking a short rest, couple of minutes. They're going to be back with round 3. Me and Angelika, we enjoy doing the commentary for you. Hope you also like it. Leave comments in the chat. But we are going to be seeing you in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. And we're back, dear viewers, with yet another potentially thrilling round here in Biel, Switzerland, where the 57th International Biel Chess Festival is taking place. Angelica and me, we are having the best seats here in the venue, following the action. And yeah, let's maybe have a look at the pairings for the round number 3 and try to make some predictions. What do you think is going to take this down?
Yeah, for sure. We are having the current leader at the rapid tournament of Grandmaster Triathlon, Keymer, taking on the Indian superstar prodigy, world top 10 Praggnanandhaa. I think that's exciting battle to watch out for because there for sure can be some unpredictable results, especially knowing that yesterday at the Chess 960, those two players were the one who shared the first place, but Praggnanandhaa won because of the tiebreaker.
Payback chance also for Pragg, indeed. Not for Pragg, but for Maurizzi, right? Because Maurizzi was in the end the second place, so very, very principled battle. Yep, all the matchups look super interesting. I'm also going to be willing to look more closely in the performance of Semenenkov, who scored his very first victory here in Biel. Very happy to see him performing well after a rather disappointing start yesterday in the Chess 960 portion. Marc-André Maurizzi will be looking for ways to limit the bleeding after he lost a winning position against Semenenkov. Also, of course, Salem Saleh against Donchenko, two players, the most experienced players in the challenger section, who have played here in Biel a combined total of 23 times.
This is absolutely stunning. It was even mentioned yet during the opening ceremony that Alexander Donchenko played the half of his life, 13 times out of 26 years, every year, almost every year, playing here in Biel and the MTO. So this is for sure no surprise here how everything is going on. And Saleh Salem is also pretty experienced one. We had him at the 2022 Grandmaster Triathlon field. He played some exciting matchups. In the classical, he was always going all in. He was attacking. He is no material player. So yeah, we're going to have and follow some really exciting matchups.
Yeah. So for Donchenko, it's been a really great start so far. Yesterday, he was playing some nice pragmatic chess in Chess 960 portion. He was the clear winner of the event. Very, very interesting choice, by the way. This is something we really talk about closely, about his selection of the players in the challengers versus masters pairings for round 6 and 7 of the Chess 960 tournament, because who would choose to play Pragg? I mean, who would choose to play Pragg, right? So he was leading the challengers tournament. You would think that he would try to select somebody who is less threatening. No, he chose Pragg to play against in the final round, and as it happened, in the final round, Pragg was fixing the victory in the Chess 960 tournament, and Donchenko fixing the victory in the challengers section. Very, very interesting choice.
Yeah, an absolutely stunning performance by Donchenko, because actually he fixed the victory, I think, also the round before, because he was whole 2 points in front before the round 7 of the yesterday Chess 960. Absolutely stunning performance. Also drawing both of his games against masters, which was super important since, as we remember, challengers actually suffered quite a tough defeat in the both final rounds of the Chess 960. And yeah, right now, actually, we have a round starting a bit later because there was some very long game ongoing. By the way, I was just quickly in the playing hall. I saw there's been some game in the open tournament, knight and rook against the rook. That was...
oh, no. Oh, no. That's the position you can play forever. Knight and rook versus rook, of course, is normally a draw, but you can legally play, and you should play it for 50 moves just to try out if your opponent can make a draw. And then it finished. That's why the round was delayed. And finally, the players are taking their seats because all the rounds of the open section and the challengers and master section, they're starting at the same time, not to disturb anybody. It would be pretty weird, right? I mean, you're starting a round when when you need total quietness and let's say the entire hall is playing, so that's why they're synchronizing the start of the rounds. So here we see Mishra against Liam Le. Going to be a very interesting matchup. So far, Mishra is playing very confident chess, despite the fact that he is the youngest player of the field, and Liemle, obviously, the two-time winner.
And I was just wondering, as so many people are walking around there in the playing hall, looking upstairs, up there. I think they were checking their pairings because pairings are located on the scene. And we have the first moves already. Handshake has been played. And we are going to follow first game of the leader of the Rapid, right?
Absolutely. I think this is going to be one of the most thrilling games. And look at that. Pragg once again plays the Bogo. The Bogo Indian.
Once
It's a very
again,
interesting
wow.
choice. And I think that these things never happen randomly. And as far as I understand how the prep goes for the highest level players is that they prepare something specifically for a tournament, right? So I'm not really sure what Pragg regularly plays against D4, C4, but very often it happens that you work on an idea with your coaches, and then for that particular tournament, you try to stick to your prep. Pragg already played the Bogo against Mishra, so he's willing to repeat it again.
Actually, an interesting point about Keymer, besides playing all those exciting matches and few tournaments in a row and 36 games in the 44 days between May and June, he also tried out some new openings, by the way. He tried out a bit E4. I was checking a bit his games. Here he sticks to his normal repertoire. He sticks to D4 in this case. Why do you think that? Do you think he's like a little bit afraid of Pragg with going with some new lines, or it was just his preparation, he just decides to go for the D4?
It's actually a very tricky question because, I mean, if you're playing against one of the youngest superstars in the world, I mean, world number 8 player, the recent finalist in the FIDE World Cup, participant of the Candidates Tournament, what do? Do you play for the win? Yeah, I mean, you would like to play for the win, but also at the same time, you don't really want to burn the bridges, right? You want to be patient, you want to try to play for the win, but draw is also probably a pretty good result, right? And that's why I think here Maurizzi doesn't really mind to trade the queens, get a queenless endgame maybe, and then if he's going to get chances, okay, fine. He's going to try, of course, but if a draw, okay, fine, no problem.
Arthur's a very interesting moment, actually, from our chat. There is some information that we ran some prediction very shortly because we know that it's going to be a fight between leader of current of Rapid tournament, Keymer and Praggnanandhaa. And what do you think? How the players voted the most? Who will win, or there are going to be the draw? What is your thought?
I have no idea. Please do tell me the results. I'm very intrigued.
So 64% voted for a win for Pragg, while 36% voted for a draw, and only 0% voted for a victory for Keymer.
No trust in Keymer's capabilities. I believe that might be wrong. I know Keymer, he's a brilliant player. But of course, I mean, technically, Pragg is a favorite. We are about to see. By the way, the queens are off the board. So Pragg is like, okay, fine, let's try the queens. And instead of the automatic knight b to d2, you'll be thinking, why don't we take one d2 with a queen side knight, right? Because you are developing every single piece and looks pretty normal. However, now here Keymer takes with a knight, with a king side knight, and his idea is that he's not gonna, and I use this term which is maybe not very accurate, chain the knights together. Yeah, so he gives those knights more space if they don't connect to each other. And then he's thinking about grabbing space in the center with something like f3, g4, and see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's a very wise choice not to let those knights to wait for each other and just be chained there. And now c4, very important break in such structures, not allowing white yet to go for expanding in the center with some f3, e4, but putting some pressure on the d4 pawn. And now also we see that the knight on f3 was standing there protecting the pawn on d4, but now there might be some problems after knight c6. Do you want actually to return back with the knight to f3 to protect the pawn? Let's say if we play now knight c3 with the white, knight c6.
Knight c6,
how do you
or
protect
even,
the pawn?
Yeah, or even take it. I'm not really sure. Okay, let's try knight c6. Yeah, just to hit the pawn. And now the point is, you have some difficulties to protect the pawn. Right? Maybe knight b3 or knight e3. I suppose you don't really want to take on c5. However, there might be d5 ideas at some point, followed by knight b4. And one thing, Angelica, I would like to add here is that sometimes players wrongly assume if they're queens off the board, oh no, it's a draw, right? I mean, there's nothing to do with queens off the board, so it's just a draw.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that. Very often, queenless games provide a lot of interesting strategic battles, and I think this game is far from over. So here, d-takes on c5, b-takes on c5, king e7. Now the players have found a way to unbalance the position, so it's going to be interesting.
It's actually going to be very interesting. There is a potential break of d5, which is white has to watch out for. But let's say white plays something like e4, just stopping, just trying to stop that. Maybe white can try to create some pressure in the future on this d file. What do you think? Is e4 an idea here to stop?
I'm not sure about, maybe, maybe this d5 definitely is an idea at some point. I'm not going to argue like d5, c-takes, create two strong pawns in the center, etc. But I think that what Pragg is going to do here, because I have some experience in similar positions, I think he's going to play d6 here, no d5, not that there's anything wrong with d5. And the idea here is that black plays bishop d7 or bishop b7, puts the knight on c6, and he tries to push this a pawn as far as he can. So his idea could be, let's say he plays whatever, let's say d6, b3, a5, oh, pardon me. So let's say a5, bishop e here, not very accurate, pardon that. But his idea in the long run could be establish a better pawn structure, right? So he has one gigantic pawn island, actually a continent of the pawns, while white has two, right? And this pawn on b3 in the long run might be a target. And then maybe somewhere indeed his d5 might be a very important resource to push. So that's why I don't really think that he's going to push d5, but yeah, and he played d6. Yeah.
But for me, it feels like if the pawn is there on d6, that pawn might be a target at some moment. For example, let's say at some moment knight coming to e4 is an idea. If knights are getting traded, the other jumps to e4, attacking the pawn on d6 and also the pawn on c5. So that's why after d5 you have to always look around and see if knight takes on c5 is an option or not.
Might be, yeah. We are going to see black could defend it with rook d8 and maybe chase away the knight. Definitely knight e4 is something that Pragg needs to watch out for. I'm picking black. I think that here Pragg has managed to get rather nice risk-free position. He's not going to miss knight e4. And let's just continue observing the games. Let's move on and maybe go to the bird's eye view, because we have no idea what's else going on in other games, and maybe there's something that immediately catches our attention. There you go.
I see in the bottom right there is some wonderful knight standing on e5 by Vaishali against the game of the young grandmaster from Ukraine, Igor Samunenko. That immediately catches my eye. Is there something else, Arturas?
That is a caro. I think black is pretty safe. So white is normally the thinking starting a king set attack. We could look that, yeah, we could follow it.
Or what about bottom left? There is Saleh Salem and Alexander Donchenko. Alexander Donchenko has those two bishops standing on c5 and d5, indeed very interesting.
Okay, I mean, let's go. Let's go with Vaishali's game against Samonenkov, and then let's see where the pace of the round is going to take us.
Yeah. And I think it was very important first round and second round also for Igor. In the first round, Vaishali managed to secure the draw. That was very, very important, even though the position objectively was and practically was losing if someone has more time. But Vaishali manages to survive. And Igor Samonenko plays also a draw in the first round, stops the bleeding and hitting the victory in the second round. So it's super, super important game for both of the players.
He's also one of the leaders, right, of the tournament, 3 points out of 4. Very, very impressive start for the young player from Ukraine who had a rather disastrous start in chess 960. It was very difficult for him. So another opportunity to overtake the game. I think this was some sort of a exchange Karakan, by the way it looks at it. Yeah, so d4, d5, e-takes, e-takes. Mainly this continuation at the highest level is played at accelerated time control games like Rapid and Blitz, so that's why I'm not really surprised that Vaishali does this. Yeah, this is pretty common. White's idea in the long run is to start an improvised king set attack, which at a shorter time control is easier to carry out than in classical chess. And this is the current position where both sides have managed to trade the bishops off the board.
And we have some kind of the Carlsbad structure here. Normally we get used to see it from the white's perspective after the queen's gambit, but this is as well the case for the Caro-Kann lovers. Everyone who plays Caro-Kann can always get it in the exchange variation. We see like in the reversed colors position.
I mean, Angelica, I'm looking at these positions, and I just noticed what Aquila wrote in the chat. By the way, hello to everybody who is following us on chat. I'm reading the Chess24 chat. So some good chess going on today. I totally agree, and actually I would even add that some chess that makes sense is going on, because yesterday with chess 1060, I mean, we were like speechless a couple of times, right? We just couldn't understand what is happening in the opening phase. There was a lot of improvising. Queen on a1, very short castles, swapping the rooks and kings and making very long castles. Clearly, Sam Shankland was the record holder. Check out the recap of Chess 960 tournament uploaded on Biel's YouTube channel. It's just insane. And finally, we have normal classical Carlsbad structures where all the ideas are pretty obvious. Black is trying to play b5, a5, b4 and establish weakness on c3. And white, well, white is trying to cook up something at the king's head.
Yeah, for sure. We are not getting today any mistake or inaccuracy signs by the engine on the second or third move like we did yesterday. So that's already more understandable and more common for us. Yeah, indeed, like there is a knight on e5 which is being challenged right now by Igor Samonenkov, because yeah, if white is keeping that knight over there, it's going to be pretty tough for black. But the question is, if white can go for f4, simply protecting the knight, is f6 a good way to kick the knight, or just the weakening of the e6 square? What do you think, Artur?
Very good question. I'm not entirely sure, because f4 is definitely something that Vaishali wants to consider, because she wants to play rook h3, queen c2, hit the pawn on h7, maybe knight f3, knight g5, maybe g4, g5, because the pawn structure she has right now, it sort of shows you the direction. I mean, you gotta play towards the king's side, right? And by the way, this is exactly what black is also supposed to look at this. The pawn structure, it shows your direction, and you have to play at the queen's side. At least this is how I was educated to understand the pawn structures. Now, this f4, of course, is a very nice move, because after knight e5, f takes on e5, white keeps the attacking possibilities. But your question, Angelica, f6, does it make sense? I think it does. It's a very logical move. There's also yet another move that I immediately recall from these exchange card compositions. That is the move f5. Ignoring the knight, but trying to anchor the knight on e4.
Ooh, that's
Yeah, this
actually
f4 is a very committal move.
Super committal, but it's also getting that important e4 square. So that basically black is saying white is having the e5 square for the knight, but we're going to jump the knight all the way to e4, but we will not see that because the knight trade has happened in this position. And I think it's also important, yeah, this trade on with the knight on d7, not on c6, because if the Vaishali would take the knight on the c6, then the other knight could jump back to f6, let's say, and knight on c6 looks much worse, so that's why she decided to leave the knight over there. For now, completely normal position. Maybe it's time for us to jump somewhere else. Should we jump straight to the game?
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking also at the matchup of Samuel Shankland against Vincent Keymer, a very, very interesting one. So that's the game I also would like to follow. Looks rather unbalanced game. By the looks, it was some sort of Italian or Ray Lopez game. I'm not really sure, because very often they are quite similar. I already see from the notation it was Ray Lopez. Okay, fine. Still the same structure. I think that all the players who are playing Ray Lopez, they have played their fair share of Italian games. The same structures, same ideas apply. So what do we have here?
Yeah, we're having the knight on f5, very, very strong, targeting there the pawn on the g7 potentially. It's not very easy to get rid of this knight. I mean, it can be taken, obviously, but do you really want to take that knight? Because then the pawn from e4 is going to recapture, and it will be attacking the other knight. And
also the bishop is going to be a monster.
The biggest problem is that bishop on b3. I completely agree with you.
I know you're a d4 player. You wrote a full repertoire for white from d4's perspective, but how would you treat this whoever said this, that every single chess player in his life has had to study E4, E5, or have his fair share of the Ra Lopez, an Italian game, to improve as a player.
I think it's...
Somebody said it, but I don't remember who.
Yeah, I think it's a really fair point. Like, I kind of studied it because there is another course coming, and I studied it from the other perspective, from E4, E5, from black, so that's why in that way I studied it. But I have not played, so just when I started playing chess, yes, I started with the E4. That's normally how everyone is being taught, start with E4 to get an open position, to get it's more tactical, because of that open position, that's how actually the beginners, they are getting used to those tactics and learning it, because in order to improve for the very beginners, the tactics is a key, the calculation is a key, which sometimes you might not get in the closed position when you start with a D4. So it might be a way to start your chess journey, and then you will see which style are you. Are you more open position style, or will you prefer just rather the closed position or semi-closed position?
So
And then
you just
can
answered,
deviate.
You're more a D4 player.
I'm more a D4
Yeah,
player,
I figured.
yes.
I figured.
And you are more...
I'm not really sure because I have played E4 all my life, but I feel I'm also more like D4. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like more D4, more strategic battles. Okay, so let's maybe now focus on the game at hand here. Apparently there was a trade, either d takes on E5 or e takes on D4. That's the position we have here. The white knight on F5 is beautiful, but how is Sam planning to make progress? So I think that this knight on D2, he probably wants to get it somewhere on G3. It might leave the pawn on E4 undefended. Maybe also you need to watch out for bishop B3, b takes on C3. You look at this sneaky rook on B8 is indirectly hitting the bishop on B3. If you take on E6, most likely the German players are going to respond with f takes on E6, and you can say this outpost on F5 goodbye. Could be some slower moves like bishop C4, you know, improve the bishop, hit the pawn on A6. Many ways. No, and he takes on E6. All right.
This is absolutely surprising. Yeah, he's trading those bishops and letting black kick out the knight from that wonderful F5 square. It's actually very interesting. Maybe he wants to go for something like F4, F5. What do you think? F4, F5. Is it an option?
I thought he wants to go for the fork.
Okay, for the fork, yeah, but for
Maybe, yeah, maybe, yeah, F4, F5. Try to expose the black king. I thought actually that he's somehow looking at the C6 square. I might be wrong.
But queen D7 and then...
And then C takes on B4. That's what I saw. Yeah, rook B4, knight C6. I just saw this very nice outpost for the knight on C6. You see the bishop on E3 is conveniently defending the B6 square that black had used to attack the knight, and then after something like rook B7, I think white has a number of great ways to continue. Maybe start with H3 to secure the black and play knight G4, followed by rook E to C1, potentially B4, B5, A5, A6, A7. I like this for white. It's a great choice.
So do you think that Sam basically decided, okay, it's enough standing there on F5. It's time for me to go to another outpost over there on C6.
Now, it just shows the amazing class, right? Because it's like, yeah, you're looking at this knight on F5, you're thinking, yeah, I'm definitely not taking on E6, you know, because he's going to take the F-pot, and now my knight is gone, and I don't have the outpost. It just shows that what deep understanding Sam has, right? The chess is a very concrete game. So after f takes on E6, most likely this is going to be a continuation of the young German star, knight E4, threatening to deliver the fork on C6, followed by C takes on B4, knight C6. And that's why I think that here Vincent is trying to figure out what's he going to do against it, right? Because he's not surprised. I mean, okay, what is this? F takes on E6, I'm doing great. Now he's trying to understand the sequence of the moves, and does he like the position after knight E4, or what's he going to do about it?
Yeah, but he didn't have the other choice, right? Like, he had to take with the pawn. If rook takes actually on e6, then knight d4 even stronger. So that was the only way for him to go. And
yeah, maybe I show it right here. Yeah, this is ridiculous, right? I mean, now this is an actual fork. You can't do that. You have to take with the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, right now it's really a huge question. Rook b6 would be chased away by a5. Queen d7 is a passive move, but we can see that the German grandmaster is playing it, is going for it, even though computer doesn't really like it. I mean, it doesn't look so good, but how else do you protect?
Yeah, queen d7 is on the board and c takes on b4 is on the board. So yeah, this is looking not great for Keymer, but I think that we could select another game. And I'm looking at the game of Liam Le, where he's playing against Abhimanyu Mishra. He has a very nice position from the white's perspective. I suggest we immediately jump over to that game, despite the fact that we have obstacle bishops on the board. One thing, Angelika, I know about obstacle bishops, when you have a direct attack, it's like an extra piece. And this bishop on the e5, it's a monster.
It's absolutely a monster. It's targeting the king all the way to the g8, and now huge threat. Queen takes on g6. You might think the pawn is protected on g6, but because of the pin, why doesn't simply take the pawn? And as Arthur's here pointing out, e6 is always an option, right? e6 is also option.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure.
What to play for black now, actually? How to defend?
I mean, queen g6 looks incredibly tempting, especially when I see such a nice move, but no, the Vietnamese top player plays queen e4, and I think actually this makes perfect sense because he protects the pawn on e5. By the way, we have an update from yet another game, Maurizzi against Pragg. The fight between two winners of yesterday's Chess 960 tournament has finished in a draw.
It's very good result for Haik because he's keeping the lead. So with this draw, now he has 5 points. For Pragg, it's not so good. It would be good to repeat the yesterday's game result, but everything still can happen. We still have few more rounds to go. So let's see what is happening here. So queen e4. Why not to take the pawn? Why?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand it. So I think the point here is that after queen takes on g6, it's very tempting to play it, especially because you see, oh yeah, this is such a nice move, there's a pin. But actually, don't fall for this, because after queen takes on e5, I think this white pawn on e5 is far more important than the black pawn on g6, and black will be able to continue also with bishop f6 and create his own ideas at the queen side. So that's why here Liam Le played queen e4. He decided not to take the pawn on g6, and I assume that e6 definitely also was a choice, but black could continue something like f5, put the queen on e5, remove the king, play bishop f6, and now this dark with bishop at f6 is very strong. So this must have been the reason why the two-time winner of the triathlon decided to keep the pawn on e5 and limit the dark with bishop on e7.
Yeah, exactly. So the attack is still ongoing. The pressure is still on Abhimanyu's position right now. Anything can happen. The bishop on e7 is for sure less active, much more passive than the bishop on d5. We expect, a huge attack here from white, as Alpha Zero would say, h4, h5, let's go for a win. Maybe it's a time for us to pull out the bird's eye view, because we have not really checked other games. Maybe we can see and find something interesting over there. What is catching your eye, Anders?
Yeah, there's the game of Maurizzi against Pragg, as you see, upper right corner, which finished in a draw. Exactly the same point structure I talked about. It seems that black could not make any progress. Okay, what else is there? The upper middle board, Maurizzi playing against Bienne. There's very
some
unusual position. The queen on a7 is stuck.
Queen on a7 is stuck in a way, and also huge expansion. Yeah, the pawns are running there on the queen side. Maybe we want to check that game. What do you think?
Let's go. This is absolutely great game. I like it. Now the queen is a bit released from the cage. Yet another thematic game. 2 bishops versus 2 knights. We are team bishops here, right? In general, we like the bishops. Me and Angelika, we like it. But of course, I appreciate everybody who prefers the knights as well. Queen b6, and now what?
So we are team Maurizzi now, or what?
Team Maurizzi. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, queen on b6 looks pretty much stuck over there. I don't really like the position from black's perspective. But also the question is, what do you do right now with white?
Can I take on d4?
Actually, very good question. Yeah, it's interesting.
You don't want to trade queens? You want to take with the c pawn?
My problem is that if we trade the queens, there might be some c6 ideas or taking on b4. Like we'll have to calculate everything. But maybe there is a problem on d6. Yeah, that's might be.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
also some
on
problems for
D6,
black.
yeah.
Now, I think trading the queens definitely makes sense. Also, yeah, queen d4 is
Queen d4.
played. I like it. I also think c takes on d4 deserves some attention. There's one more thing I would like to add, that after c takes on d4, you have to account for a takes on b4, and then after rook b4, maybe there's c6, right? So you see this bishop cannot retreat,
Yeah.
the rook on b4 is pinned, it's not defended, that's why it's not really great, unless there's a tactical idea. So that's why queen d4 was played, and now queen b6 is a big threat, so queens have to disappear from the board, and Maurizzi is clearly better. He has the bishops, he has the center, he's simply doing great.
Yeah, the simply is looking super great for the white, for the French grandmaster. Knight on f4. So we see that black is trying to activate the knights, and we know the power of the knight in their jumps, in their maneuvers, and that's what Jonas Bier, the top seed of the Grandmaster Triathlon's Challengers section, is trying to show us here. Maybe he can find some compensation, but it's really tough, right? Like those bishops look super annoying. Even though position is not yet so open, but it's also not closed, right?
It's also a sneaky move because with knight f4, here c6 is a threat, and that's why after rook fc1, what Maurizzi did, not only he's attacking the pawn on c7, but he just freed f1 square for the bishop. Yeah, so for example, if here Bienne is going to play c6, simply bishop f1, and black is starting to experience major issues because of his multiple weaknesses he has at the queen side and in the center. So here Maurizzi's position is looking really fantastic. So while it is looking great, I think we're going to use the opportunity to select another game. Maybe, Angelica, you have a preference you would like to follow?
Maybe first let's check bird's eye view because I don't really know what is going on over there in the other matchups. We see that there is some attack on the e6 pawn ongoing by Vaishali against Igor Samonenko, something which we were discussing with you earlier. What else can we see there?
Yeah, so Vaishali is trying to, at the lower right corner, she's trying to cook up something, and Samonenko just made a break in the center. The position looks pretty equalish. Maybe we could also follow the game of Salem Saleh against Alexander Donchenko, two of the most experienced players in the challenger section. Also, what else is looking interesting? Of course, Shankland's advantage against Keymer is significant. It's your call.
Let's go for Salem against Alexander Donchenko.
Right.
We have not checked that game for quite some time, and yeah, let's see what has changed.
E5, just the convention says, great move.
Ooh, great move.
Yeah, why not? So black is trying to rip apart white's defenses. I'm actually curious why f4 was played by Salem Saleh. This is a very, very strange move because it does weaken this long diagonal. And I think that he tried to take away the e5 square, but now after e5, if I'm playing with white, I'm feeling quite a bit heat, right? Because after f takes on e5...
I think there is a problem on e4, right?
Yeah, I'm more concerned about this long diagonal somehow. I'm not really sure. Is it knight takes on e5, followed by queen g5, even h5, h4? I slightly don't understand this moment also. The engine says this is a mistake. It's just weakening those dark squares. Pretty strange. And now there's the response. Apparently, that's the position that the Emirati player wants to get. He ignores the pawn on e5, he just opens up the d file, and he says, well, you have some issues with the knight on d7.
I think it was important not to take that pawn on e5, but he's taking actually one move later, all right? And apparently it's a great move, because maybe at this moment, king can hide, but what if queen b6 immediately?
Yeah, this b5 is a great move, of course. Immediately, Doncic was sensed.
immediately.
Yeah, there's something wrong with his diagonal.
Yeah, so what about queen b6 right now?
Yeah.
Bishop d4. And all fine, apparently, or
Maybe.
not so fine.
I'm not entirely sure.
Queen g6, maybe,
Queen e6 something. Maybe don't give a check at all, because bishop d4 is a very easy move to find, and white sort of covers these weaknesses. Let's just follow what happened here. Instead, knight g to e5 was played, and knight e3 is the response of the white player. All right, it's really fun, but I think we also have to go back to the game of Samuel Shankland against Winston Keymer, where the American player has a rather serious advantage. He played some very nice moves earlier. We just saw this bishop takes on e6, c takes on b4, anchoring the knight on c6. Keymer is under a very serious pressure. Slowly but carefully, Shankland is finding his pace in the tournament. He had a very rough start yesterday. He suffered first three losses. I think it was very, very tough for him.
Then he managed to rehabilitate with a draw, and he had scored even one victory. Then he lost one game, if I am not mistaken, or he played a draw. I don't know.
I had a question to you. I mean, whenever you're crossing a lot of time zones, because Shankland flew from all the way from San Francisco to Zurich, like direct flight. He was very happy about it, by the way. When's the hardest day?
Actually, have not flown that many time zones, only like 3 or something like this.
Okay.
So I've not been yet to the other side of the world, so to say. And I mean, have you been to US?
Oh yeah.
Or?
I mean, I've been to the Northern America at least 3 times, now that I can remember. Something like 9 years ago, I flew to Australia, which is like, oh my goodness, 9-hour difference. And the next day, my brain was cooked, basically. I just could not comprehend what's even happening. So these first days, when you are adjusting to the new time zone, you're feeling not really great. But actually, Sam said, no, it's okay, no problem. 9 time zone, no problem. You take a sleeping pill and you sleep off 6 hours, it's great. But he was very positive about it. He was just excited to be here.
Yeah, he was absolutely excited to come here and play in Biel after, I believe, 5 years. He played last time in 2019, and he got second place, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is really exciting time for American Grandmaster, and he's trying to use every of his game. And the most important, he's now in the psychologically right state. And we see he's pushing. He has all the power, all the domination, the position.
And also, Keymer is in time scramble. Look at it. Look at his clock. He has 22 seconds. He knows he's in trouble. Yeah, usually there's a unanimous agreement between the players. They know what's going on. They don't need the bar. Both of them, they know that Shankland is in charge. So he's just trying to find this right sequence. At the same time, use his opponent's low clock situation and also not rush, because all of us, we have been in this situation when you see, oh, my opponent has like 20 seconds on the clock, let's try to flag him. That's a bad idea. That's
indeed a very bad idea. So, yeah, also look at this light squares diagonal from A2 to G8, and it looks not so good. Queen C4 is always coming to mind, Rook F7.
Yeah, Queen C4 is a big move. I suppose there's going to be Queen E6, and that's why Shankland is trying to figure out, does he want to trade the queens? Maybe B4 makes sense. No, Rook B3.
He's changing
that's a surprising move.
For an attack. So the question now, H6 was played, okay?
It's a very strange move, because I thought this Rook really does nicely here at the file.
I think the idea is Queen C4 check, and Rook takes on B6 and then take on A6. That's my idea.
All right, it looks really great. In the meantime, I think there's one more game which is about to finish, and that is Salem Salek's game against Alexander Donchenko. Let's go to see that game. We followed it briefly for a moment, and things have turned for the worse for Salem. Remember this F4 move he played earlier? Now this is looking really ugly. The position is just falling apart, because here the German player is having a monstrous attack at the king side. If he's going to get knight g4, knight f2, it's just a smothered mate summer, and also the knight on d6 is simply under attack.
Yeah, and also let's not forget, he now has 2 pieces for a rook.
So he has 2 pieces for the rook? I thought it's an exchange with a very good combination. Oh, then it's completely over.
This looks very much over, and I don't know how to protect this. I mean, there is even an extra pawn for white for these 2 pieces. Where does a knight go from d6? Is it a c8 square? I mean, It's very, very tough.
Yeah, and Donchik right now is looking for the killing blow. So, of course, he could just play automatically queen d4, but he feels the victory is really near. That's why here you want to spend a couple of seconds, try to make sure. He knows there's going to be knight g4, knight after the right moment. He's just working out the details. Let's just follow it live and see whatever he chooses.
The question is, I wanted to say queen d3. If just trade in the queens, and after trade queen, there is going to be knight d3, 4, targeting the pawn on b4, it's going to be just over, right? Because knight will not have any squares to go, and white is forced to trace there now. Like queen d3, knight d3, okay, or knight is going away, but okay, queen can
One of the
get
two
traced.
legal squares where to put the knight.
Exactly.
All right.
But yeah,
Still not over, by the way. Knight a7 might be idea. Look at that, and queen d4. Donchik says no to the queen trade, not under these circumstances. Rook d1 very quickly responded by Salem Salek.
do you take on b4 here? Queen b4? Do you want to trade the queens in this way?
I need to make sure what happens after knight a7. I don't want to lose the pawn on b5. I think that right now for Salem, the dream scenario, what that he wants to do, he wants to trade the queens to kill off the attack, and then he wants to eliminate the b pawn. If he does this, he's hoping for some sort of a miracle endgame where he has 3 pawns each on the king side and 2 minor pieces for the rook. That's it. That's the best he can hope for, because this position is just awful.
And he found a wonderful move, queen a3. Now rook cannot attack anymore the queen, and now he's free to take the pawn on b4 with the bishop if he wants to. But he decides just to go with the queen all the way back, attacking the knight. And where is the knight
Look
to
at
go?
the shock. Look at the shock in his face. He's like, oh my goodness, I just blundered the knight here. Of course, my position was really terrible.
God.
This is just ugly. I mean, how did this happen? I mean, I had this very nice position earlier. Now the knight on c8 is just gone. So then black will have 3 pieces for the rook, and his game is over. I think there's going to be a resignation.
3, 2, 1 second. A resignation is on the board. We see the handshake. Kings are located. Salem is very disappointed. I mean, I'm just recalling those tough times he had yesterday. But let's see which game is ongoing still, because we have only 2 games finished.
Yeah, let's go to game of Shankland against Winston Keymer, because the evil bar is going crazy. It's going up and down all the time. It seems that here there were misses by both players. It's a severe time scramble.
Yeah, by the way, meantime, the surprising result, Vaishali managed to win Igor Samonenkov, and yeah, we missed that, but we saw that there was some pressure on the e-file earlier. A great result for Indian Grandmaster in the Challengers tournament. I think it was very, very important win.
Rook d2, knight d2 is white advancing, c3, knight c4. Was this planned by Shankland? Did he blunder this? I quite didn't really follow this entire
Can he
sequence.
play c4?
C4, c5, but black just puts the
C4,
knight on a8 and knight on c7. He holds those 2 pawns. The bar just says it's just equal. I'm not going to argue with an engine.
Oh, okay.
Crazy game.
I think the problem is you cannot really move the knight, right? And that's the problem for black. And if you bring the king all the way to the queen side, then king is going to go for those pawns on the king side. So I think it's kind of a problem for black here, how they can protect. But Sam had such a great position. What happened? I mean, I'm just a bit surprised.
I don't think we have the time now to check it.
Yes, we are just going to follow.
Well, yeah, let's just follow it. Indeed, that was a major miss, and at some point I already saw that Winston was, at least according to the engine, winning. But this is a time scramble plus 5 seconds each crazy game. He already managed to fight back, and now I imagine probably this position is some sort of a mutual. No progress made for both players, because white couldn't make progress at the queen side, and black couldn't get the king towards the queen side pawn. So I think this is simply leading to a draw. But we'll see, of course.
I think also there is always this knight a8, knight c7, jumps for a knight. So anytime there is some Zugzwang position, you know, then black is going to always have this knight jumps there. So I think that's going to be finished very, very soon. Vincent is just repeating knight a8, knight c7. There is nothing else you can do with black.
I mean, white is definitely trying. He's trying to go around, and there might be even some thematic ideas when black could sacrifice the knight on a8 and then deliver a stalemate on the board, right? I could easily imagine this happening, but probably it won't happen. because the white king goes back. Black is going to position the king on g6. Very tricky position.
I think the problem for black, they cannot go further with the king over there to the queen side because they have to take care of the pawns on h6 and f6. So that's why we see another repetition of the position. I think it's the second time already.
Can I play h4, h5, and king f5? That's what I tried to figure out, but I'm a bit concerned. Am I not walking into a checkmate?
I think it will not be a problem for black because there is always knight c7, knight a8 repetition, so king can be kept on f7. And
there you go, h4 is on the board. We might just see this. So king g4, h5, king f5, maybe g4, maybe some Zugzwang ideas we are going to see.
But there will be no Zugzwang ideas because knight c7, knight a8 will all be beat by black.
We'll see, we'll see. I see, of course, the bar said this is equal.
Okay, g4 is a very committal move, by the way. Yeah, you cannot do anything anymore on the
Can you play now king e6, king d6? There you go. He's going to try to eat those pawns, and white most likely will have to push g5 if he doesn't want to lose. King f3 already marks as the only move for white.
I think it's already getting slightly dangerous for white here.
For white, yeah.
Yeah,
he shouldn't have played g4, but I think the hand just made a move in time scramble. Knight c7, Vincent is trying to be tricky. If you play king e3, then he wants to play king d6 away from the g5 push. And that's why here Shankland keeps the king on g3 and just waits for the right moment to play g5, trade those pawns, and play king g4. So as soon as the king is going to make it to d6, I think this is the moment when Shankland is going to push g5.
So I think that's why Vincent is just trying to find some way. Can he go for d6? Is he in time? Knight b6, wow.
That doesn't really change much. There you go, g5 right now.
I mean, it changed much because after c7 you don't have knight a8 anymore. But okay, probably the pawns are going to be taken.
I think also the point, Angelica, after king f6, there was c7, and white was threatening that wants one of those pawns. And now, yeah, we're seeing a draw. We're just seeing a draw, and you can see Shankland is so unhappy. He's so unhappy about this position. He's wondering, where did I misplay this? Because I had a very nice dominant position. What I should have done?
Yeah, what who should have done? And here we have a handshake, a draw agreed, and yeah, I mean, 3 points for Vincent right now. So he had so far all draws, or no, he won first game, second he lost, and now it's a draw.
Well, in the meantime, Shankland very quickly left the board. He was quite upset about it. There you go. He just returns back. In the meantime, let's check the results of all the games that are over in both sections, Masters and Challenges. You can see Keymer against Shankland split points. The same happened also in Martin Anderson versus Pragg. Bienne against Mishra. Those games finished peacefully. And the challengers, all the games were decisive. Maurizzi, Donchenko, and Vaishali scored victories.
Yeah, very important victories, which bring each of them 2 points. And here we see the standings of the players after the round 3. We see that the confident Keymer, being a birthday boy today, having 5 points, 2 points ahead of Pragg and Vincent, and Abhimanyu with 3 points. While in the challenger section, Alexander is just 1 point ahead of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, and 1 point is just 1 draw.
Now let's check the pairings for the next round. Here you see huge matchups coming up. Vincent Keymer takes on the leader of the rapid tournament, Keymer. Pragg is going to play Mishra. Bienne plays Sam Shankland. In the challengers tournament, you can see Biel against Donchenko, 2 of the highest seeded players. Semenenkov against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. Vaishali now on a winning streak. She plays against Salem Saleh. But we, dear viewers, we are going to make a short break before round 4 of the GMT, of the Masters and Challenges rapid section. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. See you in several minutes. Take some refreshment and come back and follow us live here from Biel. Day 2 of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival continues. We are about to follow round 4 of the rapid tournament of the triathlon, the main event here in the chess festival in the lovely city of Biel. Angelica and me, I'm Artur Nekšans, Grandmaster. We are at your disposal to provide the coverage of the festival. Hope you're enjoying this so far. And let's get on to the action.
Yeah, players are going to their boards, slowly seating. Let's see again, maybe the pairings for the next round. We're having round number 4. We'll see Liam Le, the winner of the previous 2 editions of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel, is going to face Sam Shankland. Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest Grandmaster in the chess history, will play against Keymer. Keymer is actually a birthday boy, and he's currently with 2 extra points ahead of all the rest. Praggnanandhaa will face Vincent Keymer, another exciting battle to follow. And what about the challengers, Arturs?
So Vaishali now feels much better after scoring victory. She faces Marc-André Maurizzi. Simonenkov is playing against one of the most expensive players of the field, Salem Saleh, and Alexander Donchenko clearly is in a great shape here. He managed to win Salem in the previous round. He faces a young Danish player, also the top-seeded player of the challenger section, Jonas Biel. You know, Angelica, I'm looking at these pairings and I'm wondering who is going to stop the birthday boy, Keymer, who clearly is in a great shape. He has played a lot of games lately. Is it going to be Mishra?
This is very, very tough call here, because actually both of the players don't have so much experience at the Biel Chess Festival, first time facing each other. I believe they have not played any games against each other before this tournament. I mean, obviously they might have played online games, but over the board it might be their first game that they're facing each other after yesterday Chess 960. By the way, how did the game finish? Do you remember the result from yesterday? Was it a draw?
Which game once again?
So Keymer against Abhimanyu Mishra. Was it a draw or Keymer managed to win?
Oh, I don't remember. I remember that Maurizzi finished with 5 points out of 7, but yeah, this particular game, I do not recall.
Yeah, but we for sure are going to have another rematch of both of the players. And
look at the beautiful venue. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, look at this. I just absolutely adore these beautiful blue chairs, this spacious playing venue. I wish we could show you the entirety of the hall. You can check out the pictures on the website. There you go. A lot of players. They're also playing the side event, the open event. It's fantastic to be here. It's a privilege.
It's absolutely exciting to be there. We see also the Vincent Keymer, who is getting ready for his match against Praggnanandhaa. Yeah, huge matchup. They actually played quite some games this year against each other. If I remember, they played at the Pragg Chess Festival at the beginning of the year. Here we see the handshake. They are no strangers as opponents to each other. They are also the same age and playing a lot the tournaments, a lot of also World Youth Championship at in the past already, because both are approaching age of 20. And here we have handshake, and the games are about to begin.
Yeah, indeed, the games are about to start. I think it makes perfect sense that that's the game we are going to follow. First, there's Maurizzi getting ready for his game. A couple of players still have not arrived. Here we see Vaishali playing against Maurizzi. That's Bienne sitting there, waiting for his opponent.
By the way, the rule normally says that you might start the clock, but as I saw, Jonas didn't start the clock, so it was still the same time. So I think in such close tournaments, the people are still waiting for each other.
I think it's like a gentleman's move. Yeah, I know that normally you can do it, right? Officially, as soon as the round starts, of course, you can either wait for the arbiter who comes over to you and he starts the clock, or you just press the clock. All of this is perfectly legal, and probably this is how it should be done. But I think there's like an unwritten rule, is that you still wait for your opponent, right? It doesn't really matter this extra 30 seconds, whatever you're going to get. You just wait for your opponent. It's like a nice gesture. It's still a gentleman's sport.
But I think at the board we're actually just seeing neither Saleh Salem and Igor Simonenko are at the board, but the arbiter started the clock for the Ukrainian Grandmaster. That's actually a disadvantage of having white in case your slightly late for the game. I mean, sometimes when I'm playing some, open tournament where it's double rounds and I have in the morning round wide game, I have to try to make sure be on time, even though it's very easy to be on time early morning. And here we have actually the battle, I think, of the round most likely. Yeah, Praggnanandhaa against Vincent Keymer. So we are running right now a prediction on this match. Who is going to win? Or will
Say
it
your
be a draw?
thoughts, the viewers. Now, this is going to be real interesting to see what do you think. I know there's a lot of Prague's fans out there, but Vincent also has a large fan base. It's going to be interesting. At the moment, I think we're seeing a typical Italian game. And I seem to recall that Vincent is having a very deep knowledge about these positions. There were a couple of recent classical games at the highest level. And I'm wondering, was it not Pragg against Vincent, actually? Where they could have played this? Because from my memory, I seem to recall they recently played a classical game. It was, I think, Pragg against Keymer.
In Prague, maybe in Prague Chess Festival in February, was it?
I do not remember. There was some very deep idea. I just remember that Black wasted the tempi here and there, and it was the top choice of an engine. Some very, very deep stuff at the highest level. So they're definitely no strangers, as you say. They have faced each other. They know each other quite well. Thank you, Eduardo Braquinho. Biel Chess Festival seems quite nice. So do we think ourselves as well.
What do you think yourself, Artus? How this game is going to go out? Will Keymer manages to win because he's in his territory right now here, as you're saying, Italian? Or is it going to be Pragg, or do you predict rather a draw? Because we have also to predict together with the chat.
Yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, you got it. All right, if you put it like that. I don't know. I think that Pragg is a favorite in this game, not only because he has the white color, but I really recognize this position from the white's perspective. And if I may, I could go back a move before. So here, the funny thing is that this entire line with bishop a7, it is rather, not really obsolete, but it's not that playing combinations right now in the modern chess, because there's a very big boom about these early a5, a4 pushes trying to grab space. So that's why this a6, bishop a7 is sort of not that popular right now, but it's still a super solid continuation. But here the interesting thing is, of course, Keymer grabs space at the queens that I believe I even played a couple of games here from the white's perspective, and he just ignores the bishop. This is a pretty interesting idea. So he plays knight g3, and I think his idea was to play rook a2 in some lines to protect the pawn on f2 and play d4 and just say, I don't care about your bishop on a7, I'm just going to lock it away. Now that's why here Keymer played d5, offering to take the pawn on e5, but if Pragg is going to do this, probably there will be some tactical problems because of the pawn on f2.
So who do you pick? Or you pick a draw?
I still pick white. I don't think that Pragg is going to play e-takes on d5. It just feels like a mistake. Queen c2.
Then I pick black. I will be against you.
Why is this a mistake?
I don't know. Looks like a normal move, right? Protecting the pawn, going away with the queen to c2, potentially also connecting the rooks after the bishop gets out from the c1. And yeah, I mean, apparently looks...
Feels normal to me. Okay, obviously black is not going to take on e4 because these pawns are weak, and I suppose he wants to keep the threat alive of e-takes, e-takes, and knight e5, so he defends the pawn on f2 in some variations. Angelica, I'm going to confess. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
I have to confess, I know these positions with the knight on c6, and then in those positions, white plays b5, d4, and somehow he's very happy. But since Vincent very quickly got the knight on g6, I'm not sure about this. I think at some point white plays bishop e3, trades the bishop, takes on e3 with the pawn to limit the knight on g6. So it's very tricky. There's some moments when you ignore the bishop on a7, and some moments when you want to trade. There's a lot of nuances, and I'm not sure I understand all of them.
Yeah, queen e7 is actually looks pretty strange. It looks pretty strange that why is it a mistake? It's not so easy to see with the human eye, without the computer, and especially in such short time control. Yeah, when we have the rapid, there is no hours to think, no minutes to think, but rather players have to decide as fast as possible. Of course, they can take some time, but they might be careful with the time usage. By the way, Artur, there are some questions in the chat. Maybe we should remind our viewers again that what we are having today, and because some viewers were a little bit confused with the format, that are these points which our players are getting today are going for the standings, or is it just a tiebreaker? Let's remind them maybe.
Yeah, so this is part of the triathlon. This is the real deal. Yesterday was the appetizer. The Chess 960 tournament mainly serves for the tiebreaks and for fun, of course. But triathlon consists of classical, rapid, and blitz. So there's different scoring system. All the points are counted together. So in rapid, every single victory, you get 2 points. Draw is 1 point. That's what, for example, you're seeing on the screen. Pragg has 3 points out of 6. He has not played 6 games. He just played 3 games. But he has got 3 points by scoring 1 victory, 1 draw in the process. So he plays against Keymer, who also has 3 points out of 6. And I tried to figure out, Angelika, what could be Vincent's follow-up here. I'm not entirely sure.
And I see that actually Vincent is taking time. I mean, we know Vincent is famous for taking time, for being all the time, or not all the time, but almost all the time in the time trouble. But it is the right moment to take time here, I would say. If computer says it's an accuracy, he also feels something is wrong. And if he knows this position, he also might know that that's not the move, and maybe there is some way he can punish. What is this 97?
That's a great point. That's a great point you brought up, Angelika, because, you know, at this level, they know that prep pretty deep. And if they see something they have never seen before, it usually gives them some ideas like, wait a second, I mean, you're not supposed to play like that, right? I mean, there's probably something wrong with this. What was it? I mean, what did I analyze in this training camp 2 years ago in Mainz or whatever? You know, you're just trying to think about some obscure ideas, and you try to remember, try to work out the details, and then most of the time you don't remember it. Knight h5? Am I seeing this correctly?
Knight h5? Wait a second.
Wait.
So knight takes h5.
What if I take it? What about it? It's a free knight, no?
It's rook.
Oh, look at that, Angelika.
f3. Yeah, I wanted to say.
Rook f3, g takes on f3, queen
h4. Let's go.
You want to get the knight on h5. If you get the knight on h5, you get the knight on h4. There's massive problems. And also the key idea is there's no knight g3. This knight is hanging. You just take the knight on g3, collect the pawns on f3 at h3, knight h4 in comes in, bulldozing white's position away. This is really dangerous. So knight h4 is actually, knight h5 is not a blunder. It's a genius idea.
Yeah, absolutely genius. And using the fact that the queen went away from the d1 and not protecting the knight on f3 anymore, and that was apparently what was the mistake about. The Vincent, absolutely incredible. Vincent spotting it immediately, instantly.
Pragg was like, what is this? This is absurd. I mean, you're hanging the knight on h4. Why are you doing this? Oh, yeah, rook f3. I get it. Yeah, this is really unpleasant. And Angelika, I think he's going to play something like, he's thinking about something like king h2, but I can't help but wonder, what about still the same idea of rook f3?
Yeah, this is for sure possible. I mean, the sacrifice of that exchange is a very, very nice idea. How do you protect that h3 pawn at all? Your queen is on c2. You voluntarily put your queen on c2 instead of bringing it somewhere to the f1, protecting it. You cannot do it anymore, right? If queen was on d1, you would be able to take the rook always with the queen. But since the queen is on c2, there is a huge problem.
All I need right now is an answer from chess.com why there's no double s2 move for knight h5.
Look, Vincent even left the board at that moment. He just left the board.
Why, Angelika, there's no double exclamation move here? That's what worries me more, because knight h5 just hangs the knight, leaves it under attack by incoming rook takes on f3, and then just it's normal, a casual move. So it's a weird glitch. Yeah, but Vincent got up, you know? It's like showing some psychological dominance. I'm in charge here. I can take a walk right now.
And maybe actually the time for us to see how actually our chat predicted for this round. What do you think, Arturs? For whom was chat predicting more? For Pragg or for Keymer? Or was
For
it
Pragg.
a draw?
I think for Pragg.
No, for Keymer.
Keymer.
63%.
All right.
63% for Keymer.
And I'm also changing my prediction in favor for Keymer. I just love
You
this
cannot
985.
change prediction.
I'm changing it. Stop me. I'm changing it. I just like it because it's not only about knight h5. Look at this. There's two problems for white. It's not only the knight x on g3 threat. This is problem number one. So this knight is pinned. You can't take it. You see this bishop at a7 is pinning the knight. There's another problem. There is rook f3.
Yes, I wanted to tell it. You can give a move.
This is big. He's our producer. And he is saying, how do we fix the bug of chess.com? Because you are supposed to add double exclamation move automatically. This is how we can do it ourselves. Thank you, Big. I didn't know this. Really appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Let's create a petition now and do this and make this move a brilliant move.
All right. Wow. Knight h5. This is beautiful. Right. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful, brilliant move and decided for by all of us. Pragg is still in the thought process. He doesn't know what exactly to do. If that was an easy choice to pick up the knight, he would have played it instantly, but he's still taking a lot of time. You can also, put actually the... Yeah, you can also put...
I can do a lot of stuff here. All right.
I think
There's
rather
something
you...
very bad happening here. Thank you, Vic, for this tip. I really
Yes.
appreciate it. Now I'm going to toy around with this. I didn't know this, to be honest. I
can
didn't
you
know
please
can do
now
live stream.
take the knight on h5? So knight h5, please take like this.
All right.
Oh, wait.
I have to remove this poor thing. Oh, wait, it stays. Oh, my goodness.
Wait. Just maybe...
All right, now it's gone.
So, can you take the knight on h5?
Yep.
And now can you put the bomb, there is a bomb, the bomb, yes,
Yeah.
on the f3.
All right.
And now remove this and then now take with the rook the knight.
All right, you got it?
Remove the bomb from
Oh,
there.
two bombs.
Two
Oh,
bombs.
you
Okay.
got it. You got it.
But just play it.
Yeah,
play
you-
rook f3.
Ah, you want me to show some idea.
Yes.
I got it. Yeah, so the point is rook takes on f3.
The bomb is working. The
Oh,
bomb
I
is
see.
exploding.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry, I'm just
All
getting
right.
carried away. I apologize about this. This is a new feature.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. All right, so fascinating stuff is happening here. And so this knight h1, h5 is a beautiful idea. Knight h5, by the way, is played here by Pragg, followed by rook takes on f3. There you go, finally, chat.com engine recognized the beauty of this move. And g takes on f3, queen h4, we have fireworks on the board.
We have a great move by Vincent, the only move probably which is still having an advantage. Very easy move to make. There are problems right there on the king side for Pragg. Pawn on h3, pawn on f3s, everything is under attack. Actually, this game is also super important for the rankings of the rapid because most players having 3 points right behind of Haik Martirosyan with 5 points.
Wow, this is really great. You know, I would like to follow only this game and only this game, but of course we have to remind ourselves there's more games going on. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening there. This is the game we don't want to forget, one of the most important games of the round, but still, let's see what's happening elsewhere.
One of the games which catches my eye is currently on the top middle is actually by Vaishali against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. We see some attack on the king. There is a knight standing over there on the f5, and the king is quite open, and also bishop on b3. I mean, I love that bishop. What do you think? Should we jump in there and check what is going on?
Yeah, totally. So this feels that this round is really heating up. We have a lot of excitement in the game of Pragg against Keymer. Two leaders, they're not being careful, they're just firing at each other with heavy cannons. So here, Vaishali has managed to trade the h pawn for the g pawn. I think this is really great for white because now the black king is feeling very vulnerable. And with the knight on f5, queen on f3, especially also with the bishop on b3, there should be something for white. The question is, what is it? Actually, but it's black to move right now.
Black is to move, but I have a question to Black. What is happening with the bishop on a7, rook on a8, and bishop on c8? They're not doing there much. Meanwhile, the pieces of white are super active. Bishop is looking at the king, knight is on f5. I don't know. How do you proceed here with Black? Are you not scared that this knight will stay there
I'm
for
scared.
infinity?
Oh, I'm scared. I mean, this I can guarantee, but what to do? I suppose there's a problem with bishop f5. E takes on f5 could be the response. Hitting the knight on g6, also eyeballing the pawn on b7, also hitting the pawn on e5. And you can't really play knight h4 because queen g3. I thought it's actually losing, but maybe it's not.
Oh, protecting the knight.
Pretty weird position, you know. What on earth is this? How did
King
we get here?
h1, and then
Yeah, some
craziness.
whatever is this? Yeah. Very, very easy to suggest, but very difficult to choose, of course,
Yeah.
right? So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he has to do this. Otherwise, what else he can do? Maybe king h7, rook g8, but rook g8 drops the pawn on f7. What just wants to play knight f1, knight g3, knight e3?
There could be also an idea of queen e3 going all the way to h6 and delivering a checkmate.
Totally. Yeah, there's a lot of things here for the Frenchman to consider.
Very tough time for him,
Tough
for
time?
sure. And maybe it's time for us to check something else because he's spending some time in this position, and we check what is happening on the other boards.
Right. Let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and see, because I didn't really quite get a good look of the other games. We just immediately saw this action going on. And let's give an assessment. So,
What do we
Lelien
have?
against Shankland. What is this?
We have some endgame. We have already queens off the board and double pawns against normal 2 pawns on the queen side, but it looks like pretty
Lemle is
even.
doing better, yeah?
Yeah, it's better.
He's doing better.
Yes,
All right.
yes, yes.
So Mishra on the top, not top, but yeah, a right top corner playing against Martirosyan. The position is completely symmetrical, obstacle of bishops. Probably it's drawish, I would say.
Yeah, not so exciting.
Not so exciting. Unfortunately, sometimes this happens at competitive chess. I mean, you can't always have very exciting games.
Of course.
Sometimes you have boring draws, so there's nothing you can do about it. Semenenkov against Salem Saleh is a typical battle in the King's Indian defense. That's the game I want to check closely, for sure.
Yeah, this looks actually very nice for white because there is no f5 break.
But also, Donchenko's game against Biel looks very interesting. I don't know. I have mixed feelings between these two games. I don't know, Donchenko versus Biel or Semenenkov against Salem Saleh.
Let's maybe go to the Semenenkov against Sareh Salem because it's a very interesting battle in the King's Indian also. Igor Semenenkov suffered just now a tough loss, but it feels like he's having a great position. Will he be able to try to push for a win over here and score another win, or at least hold for a draw, which would be very important for him not to lose this match?
If I may, I'm going to go back a couple of moves. So these kinds of positions, they're quite common. For the King's Indian defense, which for many years has been highly regarded as a great fighting weapon. Some of the greats in the history of chess, like Garry Kasparov, Robert J. Fischer, they used to play it with great success. Also, Hikaru Nakamura used to be one of the most creative players, of course, of the current circuit. He used to play it a lot. Now, for some reason, he doesn't do it. And there's this very big idea from white, of course. White pushes g4. He tries to open up the h-file, develop the checkmate at h-file and castle the long side. So black typically at some point plays h4 and plays this interesting move, bishop f6, right? And I remember some very old books. When you would read this position, some very old books, where black is able to play bishop g5, the assessment was black is doing fantastic, you know. He plays bishop g5, he's going to trade the dogs with bishops, you trade the queens, you put the knight on g5, there's a weakness, and after on h3, black's like almost winning. I still remember this. And now with the modern assessment and the modern engines, you look at this position, and Stockfish says, wait, what are you talking about? I mean, white has a massive space advantage here, right? So it's not really so simple.
It's not simple at all, and yeah, we see that Igor is just taking some time in this position. Wait, did he just play a move or?
I
Because
think
the
he
time
did.
of or
Maybe
not?
I did not pick it up. Yeah, he played a3, knight g5, queen g2.
And
Wow.
why was bishop g5 not played? I have a
Bishop
question.
g5 is... Ah, you mean why black did not
Yeah,
play bishop
black,
g5?
black.
Because the knight is under attack.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. Also, this a3 is a very common response in the King's Indian defenses because sometimes white plays b4. Oh, wait, not here. The rook at a8 is protected. I was confusing with the position with the bishop on c8. Then b4 is very common. A takes, you shut off the knight from the game, and the rook at 8 is under attack. But of course, here it's ridiculous. You can't do it.
But okay, and after knight a6, knight c5. Okay,
bishop
it's a
c2.
normal square for the knight in the King's Indian, but the pawn is protected only for. There is not much there.
Yeah, so this feels pretty standard. Also,
Yes.
engine marks this as a mistake. I think this is also a very common King's Indian defense move to meet b4 with a takes on b3 and passant. You capture the pawn on b3. That's why the pawn on a4 is so common.
Yeah, exactly. Normally, it's a very good restricting idea, yeah, because normally white is the ones who want to fight to expand on the queen side. Maybe it's time for us to leave Semenenkov to sink in this position and jump to the other game. And for that, let's pull out the bird's eye view to see what is happening on the other boards. I see some fireworks on Vaishali's game. We've just been there. Still, she's pushing on attack. Queen is already on h3. Crazy game. Huge attack for the Indian Grandmaster. What about others' game? You were actually saying something about the game of the Donchenko against.
Right. Yeah, we could go to that game. I'm also
Donchenko
looking.
against Jonas
Yeah, I'm
Biel,
also
yeah?
looking at the game of Vaishali, and she at the upper middle board. She has a fantastic position. I think she's going to finish off her opponent rather quickly. This attack looks killing. I also would like to go back at some point of Keymer's game against Pragg, but let's maybe check Donchenko and against Bienne, and then go back to Vincent Keymer against Pragg.
Let's go there, and we see some bishops for white, which are strangely looking on a6 and a6.
You know, it just once again shows how unpredictable is this tournament, because if you look at the scores of the opponents right now, so you think, oh, yeah, so Donchenko, he won the Chess on 60 tournament of the Challengers. Here in the Rapid tournament, he has 5 points out of 6. Bienne, he was second, I think, in the Chess on 60. Here in the Rapid, he has a disaster start, 1 point out of 6. So Donchenko is white, so he's definitely the favorite. No. Of course not. So Jonas here is reminding everybody that he is a world-class player. 2650 ELO is his approximate rating, and here he has a fantastic position. And also, the white king is in trouble. So for some reason, Donchenko was unable to castle short. The king on f1 is stuck, protecting the pawn on g2, and if he plays g3, this knight is getting to f3.
This knight is aiming for there. I mean, I see all the pieces of the black looking at the king side, and knight d7 was played. Do you think that black wants to push f5, f4? Is it an idea right now?
Yeah, totally. That's a great idea. f5, f4, try to expose the king. The point is, after the trade of the f-pawns, the f-file opens, the king is feeling more exposed, the power of the bishop on b8 increases. So I think what Bienne wants to do here is to keep on the board as many pieces as he can, especially the queens.
Yeah, this looks absolutely dominating for the Danish Grandmaster. I don't know how Donchenko can hold this pressure. Maybe we leave him to think about this position and jump to another game. Do you want to jump instantly somewhere? Maybe we go to the Vaishali's game again to see how she.
Yeah, let's check Vaishali's game and then go to the game of Pragg against Vincent Keymer. So here there's this very beautiful attack from the young Indian superstar, the winner of the recent Women's Grand Swiss tournament. She recently got her GM title. Now, together with her brother Pragg, she is the only brother-sister Grandmaster sibling pair in the world. Amazing accomplishment. So the knight on f5 stays. So there's all kinds of ideas like knight g5, g4, use your imagination. So Black King is feeling a lot of heat.
And Vaishali is doing pretty well today. Actually, yesterday she suffered quite some losses, but today she's doing, I feel like, better. She's winning some games, putting like huge pressure against Marc-Andrea, against whom she lost, unfortunately, yesterday. This is actually a very, very good time for Vaishali. The tournament being the last in the field, according to the rating, putting so much resistance and pressure against higher rated players, showing that she's actually an exceptional chess player.
That she is, indeed. One of the best in the world, and recently in the Candidates Tournament in Toronto earlier this year, she started rather average, then she just switched different gear, finished the tournament with a very powerful finish, finished in the second place, almost qualified for the World Championship match. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's going to get there at some point. All right, we have a couple of moves. D takes on D5. D takes on E5 is played. She is patient. She gets more pieces on the board. No place, put the queen on E7 for Black because the knight is on the 5. And now I think there's already some sort of a killing blow. Like knight G5, knight H6. This game should be over very quickly.
This game should be over really soon. There is a knight coming to G5, as I was saying, maybe F3, G4, like pushing all the pawns there, attacking the king.
Yeah, just G4 immediately.
Just G4 immediately,
Yeah.
actually. Oh, of course.
There's no H takes.
Of course, there is no takes.
Now this
on
game
the
is over, I
knight.
think. That's it. After G5, everything just collapses.
Ooh.
Very powerful game. Yeah, look at that disbelief from Maurizzi. He's like, oh my goodness, I'm just toast here. So he plays knight F4?
Trying to protect the pawn, but isn't here just bishop F4 and take on H5?
Just E5, I think.
Or E5, even better.
Yeah,
She's capturing instantly.
I think this game is finishing as we speak, so E5 is a very easy move. The pawn is knight G4, queen H5. You just collect the knight. Black is suffering catastrophic material losses. So there you go, E5, of course, easily found.
No, she played G5.
Oh, G5.
But maybe it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't
Even
really
better.
matter.
That's even better. She just improves. Knight E4, queen H5,
Yes.
king G8. No need to delay this. There's definitely a mate. King G8, knight H6, queen F7. Maybe include rook E4 at some point. Vaishali knows. This is a technical game. We are seeing the final moves here.
There is also, of course, a knight
Megan.
H4, knight G6.
G6 is also a move, by the way.
No, but she played already knight H6.
Sure, they played.
She
All
already
right.
played knight H6 and queen F7, and I think that knight H4 is going.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of moves. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. Yep, I'm a bit behind. That was a glitch.
Yeah.
And G6, and this game is...
Going to finish in a few seconds.
Right now.
5, 4,
There you
3,
go.
2, 1, let's go.
Huge victory by Vaishali. She beats Maurizzi, the current World Under-20 champion. And now let's go to the game of Pragg against Keymer. There's a lot of craziness happening there. I want to see what is the current position between the two favorites of the triathlon.
The pressure is building on. I see how the Vincent is bringing the rook on the f8, and all the pieces are targeting the f3 pawn. You can actually already take at some moment with a check. And bishop e3 was played and instantly answered by d4 by Vincent.
Oh, that's a great move. The
Wow.
point is after e takes on d4, black can include c6 and bishop b8. And suddenly this bishop is creating a lot of problems for white. So Vincent is clearly pressing here, but look at the clock, he has only 50 seconds, and the position is very sharp.
And now he's taking back. Where do you go with this bishop? And actually, I think the good point is that white cannot play f4 right now in the next move because there is a pin on the queen on e2, which is, of course, super nice for Vincent. I mean, he's building up a pressure. The computer is saying, we see that evaluation bar is saying it's still kind of okay, it's still around equal, but for the human eye, I mean, how dangerous this look?
So far, this is really a powerful game of Vincent. I mean, he needs a game like this because he was a bit suffering yesterday in just 960. I was a bit surprised. I thought that if somebody is a big favorite of the Fisher Random time control, that's definitely Vincent. He still had a rather good finish. He finished third, yeah, I think so. And now, yeah, if he managed to win this, it's going to boost definitely his confidence. and maybe also do the opposite for his direct rival for the victory in the triathlon.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I don't know, like, how would you try to stop this bishop coming to Bienne? I mean, there is no way. I mean, you have to give up back in exchange. If I was on Pragg's place, I would just try to give up this rook back for the bishop and just stay. Just trying to stay the game
Yeah,
somehow.
but Pragg
the shape,
incredibly
yeah.
well calculates, right? He feels really so good these sharp positions, so he has a bit more time on the clock, which is quite an advantage. Yeah, this extra 1 minute, he can calculate a lot of things. I mean, I still remember, Angelika, some of his interviews. Was it from the FIDE World Cup? Yeah, he's just analyzing these very sharp games from him. Oh yeah, I mean, on the 15th move, you know, in the line there was this combination. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's just absolutely impressive. So his mind is very, very fantastic. E5, great move, by the way. Opening up the E4 square for the queen. Queen E4, queen G4, and suddenly the white queen might join the game and help the defense.
Yeah, that's for sure a point. Now rook coming all the way to F5. Still, there is F4 not possible. And I guess, what is the idea after after queen E4? You just take on F3?
Yeah, the pawn on F3 is always under. I mean, that's the funny thing, right? I mean, here, Winston is not even taking this pawn because he thinks that the pawn on F3 is not really that important. For example, here, he can just take the pawn on F3, but after king G2, maybe this forces the queen trade, and that's where he doesn't want to do that. So he's keeping the pawn on F3 alive for the moment, but maybe at some point he's going to have to grab it.
So queen F4 is not actually even a move because after knight F3 is just a fork on the bishop, so that's why he's not yet taking. He wants white to make a mistake, and that's why king H1 is played, right? To remove in the king.
10 seconds for Vincent. The position is very sharp.
I thought he will take a pawn, but he played something else. Bishop B8 was played very quickly.
Makes perfect sense. You want to include the bishop in the game. You want to make sure that you're using all of your pieces. Rook G1, G5. So
H4? Sorry, G5,
G5, Pragg tried to hit a pawn on G7. I think, oh, this was really nice. He was hoping for bishop E5 and queen E5. Rook E5, rook G7, rook G8. What?
Crazy, absolutely crazy that even Pragg could have checkmated if there was a mistake.
What he wanted to do, he wanted to sacrifice the queen.
Yes.
But Winston saw this coming. He played G5 immediately. So knight X on F3, and now white's position looks really bad. So Winston here is very close to win the game. So everything is just falling apart. That's a fork. Then bishop on D2 is under attack. Rook E5 is a big threat. Bishop E5 is a big threat. How do you play?
Yeah, being a bishop person, in this case, I take the knight on F3 against all the bishops. Yeah, queen G4, trying to trade the queens to get somehow lower attack, but the extra pawns, there are just too many here. But let's not forget, there is an extra exchange for white.
A lot of pawns, by the way, for the exchange.
A lot of pawns.
So Pragg found a very good Pragg resource, trade the queens. That was a good decision. Now black has how many pawns for the exchange? I can't really count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many pawns is it?
Two. Two for now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two pawns for the exchange.
But currently F2 is under attack, and maybe now
Pragg is fighting back.
Pragg is for sure fighting back, but now knight G6 discover attack on the rook. Knight is coming most likely to H4, exactly, and jumping maybe all the way to F3 again.
This
is it possible?
So unclear.
This is so unclear, but look at those rooks. You know, there is a saying, rooks live open files, and there is not a single open file in this position, so I feel like white bishops are dominating for black.
I'm not so sure anymore. I think that Pragg's the dangers are already behind him, because his position was looking really bad with this direct attack. Now he's just having equal material on the board, and this is everyone's game.
This is everyone's game indeed, but what is this E5? He wants to create a passer?
Maybe also march with the king closer to the center. King F6, king E6, king D5. You need to activate the king.
I like that.
Rook C7, B5 is a big idea. I think white wants to activate his rooks.
Let's not forget about another idea of taking on H4 with the rook, and then the pawn would hang on H6 if the king marches somewhere else. That's why black is going with the knight away from there, so there are no sacrifices of the rook on f4.
There's all kinds of ideas like e4, sacrifice pawn, and put the knight on e5. Huge decision to make in a time scramble. I'm not sure if Winston is going to make it. No, he decided not to do it. Knight e7, put the knight on d5. We'll see. But his pieces are pretty passive here. I'm sure I like it.
Artur, that's a crazy thing about sacrificing material for an attack. You know, if your opponent manages to defend, you might be the one who is losing. And we see Vincent is shaking very long time. He has to play move right now. He plays move with a few seconds on the clock. And now the A file is open.
There come the white rooks. Now finally white managed to activate the rooks. Give the rooks open fast, they're going to do the rest. This is exactly what he is doing. Put the other rook on A1, find a way to penetrate black's defenses. I think now it's Pragg who is pushing here.
Yeah,
He's no longer Winston.
Pragg is definitely pushing. There are still some pawns in the middle of the board in the center, but I mean, let's be realistic. There is no way knight can jump anywhere. Anywhere knight jumps, there is going to be a trade for the bishop.
F3, do you play F3? Knight F4, check. What happens after Knight F4? Can you play Knight F4? This forces the trade, e takes on F4, rook is coming to E3. Big choice? No, Vincent decided not to do it.
Vincent is not going for that trade of the bishops. He knows that his knight is very, very strong there, but the bishop is not so strong there on d6. And he's activating the king, very, very important. Oh my God.
Yeah, but he cannot really go very far because the pawn on h6 is weak. He would love to activate the king, put it somewhere on e6. You can't do it. So now he tries to push forward c4, create a pass pawn on the d file. Rook a2. Pragg plays back very quickly. Are you going to play c4? No. Vincent is not going to risk it.
Vincent is not risking it, and Pragg is still repeating a couple of moves. He's thinking, can he go again on this a8?
Who's going to blink? Who's going to blink? I mean, somebody's got to make a mistake. I mean, this position feels to be level, and somebody most likely will blink. Rook e7 marks a mistake from engine. I don't know why. Rook c8, I suppose white finally crashes through. Knight b6. Oh, rook takes on c7, bishop a5. Huge blow by Winston.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You cannot protect the knight. And this looks over for the German.
That was a massive moment for that. I mean, you can see the happiness in
God.
his face. He realized, I mean, he just blundered this unusual idea. Now that's it. Pragg has an extra piece. King takes on d3, king e4. This should be a technical position. The young Indian is not going to miss. But oh my, I mean, Winston had excellent chance to win the game. He's going to regret this.
He's going to regret really a lot. I mean, he had such a huge chance. Now, rook e3 is almost a checkmate. Not a checkmate, but almost. But it is easily stopped by white.
Yeah, of course, the game continues. You can grab the pawn on f3 and pray that these pawns are going to advance forward, but the extra piece is still what matters. Here, if the pawn on e5 falls, black's position is falling apart. I suppose rook e1, collect the pawn on e5, and then the extra piece should decide the fate of the game.
The extra piece is going to decide for sure. There is no
you can't
way.
protect it. Yeah, you can't protect it. Rook
Yes.
e3 is rook f1 check. You can't protect it.
So he's marching forward with a d3, trying to create some passer, but unfortunately there are too many resources for white to defend against this pawn. And
King e4 here. I think rook f1 looks very tempting. Rook f1 is on the board. There's all kinds of mate ideas. Rook f6, rook f7, d2. So Winston tries to rely on his pass pawn on d2. Rook f6. You can give a lot of checks. Position the rook behind it. This game's over.
this looks like...
I think it's fair to assume that Pragg is going to win this. He's not going to mess this up. There's no counterplay. You can't get to the pawn on g4. The pawn on d2 is dropping. Yeah, you can feel Winston's pain here. It was so close. He played a great game. He sacrificed the knight. He sacrificed the rook. It was still not enough to take down the world number 8.
And rook b3 is being played. He wants to take a pawn on the b file. He just have to trade one pawn. But unfortunately, there is no way we can see he can do it. I mean, he's trying. He's desperately trying. We can see also Marc-Andrea Maurizzi is watching the game. He's blocking us the view a bit, but here we can see. And simply Pragg can just take all the
game.
pawns.
The game of the round, maybe even of the entire tournament. And Winston Keymer played this absolutely stunning combination, knight h4, followed by rook f3, and it is still not enough because Pragg showed quite a resilient defense. And he was having the better nerves.
Absolutely incredible matchup. Meanwhile, we have still one game ongoing, the game of Limle against Sam Shankland. Maybe we're going to jump instantly there to see what is going on. I see that there is...
No, I think this game's finished.
It's finished.
There's no update. Yeah, there's no official update. This game is officially over. We are seeing it's unfinished here. White simply has a technically winning position. Limle against Samuel Shankland. Winning Rocking game, no update here. So I think in a moment we are going to get the results. But I mean, Angelique, that was wow, something, And I really feel for Vincent, right? I mean, you play this fantastic game, you feel you were this close. One moment, you force your opponent's resignation, and no, he fights back, and then you lose.
This is absolutely stunning
Just
battle.
cool.
This was absolutely remarkable from both of the players. And here we have the results. We have Limle winning that rookie game against Sam Shankland. We have a draw between Keymer Tiresian, the leader of the rapid tournament, with Abhimanyu Mishra. Praggnanandhaa manages to escape a dangerous attack of Vincent and scoring a point. And in the challengers, we have Vaishali winning against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, stunning win as a tag. Igor Samonenko losing to Saleh Salem, and Jonas Biel manages to win against Alexander Donchenko.
So what are the rankings before the final round of the rapid tournament? Here you see Tiresian is still leading the tournament, 1 point ahead of Praggnanandhaa, who managed to overtake a clutch game against Vincent Keymer. It could have been Keymer with 5 points. Now it's Pragg. Limle and Mishra, they share the third place with 4 points. Sam Shankland is in the last place. And in the challengers, what do we have there?
We have the Alexander Donchenko together with Vaishali. They are sharing the first place before the final round. Absolutely incredible performance, but the Indian Grandmaster will see who is going to win in the final round. And maybe it's time for us to check the pairings, because actually that's the pairing for the final round. Alexander Donchenko is facing Vaishali, and that game is going to decide the fate of the challengers' victory of the rapid tournament.
What a finale awaits. Look at that. Keymer Tiresian faces Praggnanandhaa, the two leaders of the Masters tournament. Also in the challengers, we see the leaders are going to battle against each other in final round. So make sure you don't go anywhere, because this action is leading to a very logical final 5th round. Hope you enjoyed the coverage so far. We definitely do here. Take a break, something like 5 minutes. Be back in a moment with a final round to determine who's going to take down the first tournament of the triathlon in both Masters and Challengers. Stay tuned. This is it. This is it. The final round of both tournaments, the triathlon and the Masters and Challengers sections, is finally here. So we are going to find out who's going to take down the first of the three segments of the triathlon. And it's been a crazy day, Angelica, so far. We just saw this absolutely intense game between Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa had to hold their nerves. He managed to grind out a victory. But what else for Keymer? But now let's follow the action, and here we see Shankland is getting ready for his game against Pragg. He's thinking about his opening choices, probably trying to remember the previous encounters. Angelica, what do you think we can expect from this game?
Absolutely unpredictable as always. I mean, we were just seeing how Praggnanandhaa managed to bail out from that huge attack. I mean, anything can happen. And actually, Sam also showed us, some exciting chess earlier. Even though he suffered quite some tough time yesterday, today he's still trying to recover. And he played some very nice games. He he won today as well. Had some draws. But yeah, it's very unpredictable. But of course, Pragg has to aim for the victory in this round because he has a problem. He's 1 point behind of Harik Martirosyan.
That indeed, yeah. So here Pragg is still not there. So probably getting ready for the game. Actually, I'm looking at Sam. He doesn't really look very fresh. Like, he looks pretty tired.
Yes, he was very tired. You were mentioning earlier about the jet lag. Maybe it's still influencing him a bit, even though he might say it's still all fine. But still, somewhere on some level, you're still understanding that these players who came from far, far away are actually suffering quite tougher time recovering from the jet lag, while Pragg has just been coming from Romania, so it's not so far. He's still on the same time zone over here with Switzerland. We see the players actually in the background. We would like to remind you that Biel Chess Festival is not only about Grandmaster Triathlon, but there are also many other side events, many other tournaments. We have right now actually a Swiss Rapid Championship today together with the Grandmaster Triathlon's Rapid Tournaments. Would you like to check again the pairings for this round, for the final round of the Rapid Tournament?
Yeah, we could do that. Once again, there you go. Shankland plays against Pragg, Keymer against Mishra, Martirosyan against Limle. In the meantime, in the challengers, Maurizzi takes on Alexander Donchenko, Bielle Semenenko, Salem Saleh against Vaishali. Thrilling final round to determine the winners. So we'll try to follow the leading players a bit more maybe than the others. Of course, here you see one of the spotlight games is Pragg, world number 8, who just beat Keymer in a clutch game. A very, very thrilling game. So Sam, thinking about his opening choices, the players are waiting for the start and produce more action.
So which battle do you think will be the most exciting to follow? Of course, Sam Shankland against Praggnanandhaa, but what about Harik Martirosyan, the leader of the tournament, against Limle, where he's playing with white pieces. Limle has won 2 previous editions, playing for the 3rd time here in Biel. Do you expect something special in this battle?
There's literally no better matchup, right? The leader of the tournament playing against the last 2 years' winner, right? So it's going to be really thrilling. So Martirosyan is in great shape. He's looking for definitely a good way to fight for the win in the triathlon tournament. His first time participation in the main event. Here we see Vaishali is getting ready against Salem Saleh. There's Sam. And the games are starting.
So what do you think? Shall we start first with the leader or with the second place? What do you think? With current second place.
I think we can do both of them, right?
Yeah.
So let's maybe start with a game of Shankland against Pragg, and then just follow what's happening in the opening phase, move on to the next game, Martirosyan against Limle, and also follow what's happening in the challengers section. It's also a very thrilling tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very exciting. Everything what is happening in both tournaments. And we have absolutely top chess players here from all the different countries of the world, different, chess culture, we can say currently in India, of course, there's such a huge chess boom since all the three top grandmasters, top Indian grandmasters are in the top 10, and none of them is Anand, which is absolutely shocking.
Yeah, I already saw the lineup of the upcoming World Chess Olympiad in Budapest, which is
Really,
gonna
what
run.
was going to be?
Yeah, so they have like guys like Gukesh, like Pragg, Erigaisi, Vidit, and Hare Krishna. How about that? It's just absolutely insane lineup.
Oh my
So
God.
it's going to be fun to follow. They're, I think, clear favorites. Maybe United States are going to give them very good competition. I'm also going to be there, so it's going to be fun to follow it live from there.
Yeah, perfect. So, what do we have here? We have was it a Karakan?
Yeah, this is one of those funny moments, right? When you start with one opening and then it goes into something else. Because when after the very beginning, d4, knight f3, e3 is a bit odd way to start the game, and knight e2, I thought maybe Samuel is going for the call. Yeah, because there's this very interesting setup. You play c3,
Yes.
play bishop d3, short castle, and at some point push e4. But I suppose we'll never know, because Pragg very quickly took c takes on d4, he played queen c7, and now this position kind of transposes to the exchange Karakan with different ordered moves. And the point of queen c7 is that white very often wants to position the Oxford bishop after c3 on f4. So this queen on c7, Pragg says, it's not going to happen. So after bishop d3, knight c6, c3, c3 is necessary to stop knight b4. So after c3, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5. I would say that Pragg has achieved the perfect exchange Karakan.
Yeah, it looks very nice for him, but maybe also, I mean, white is having absolutely fine position. Of course, it's an even position, but in this case, the question to you, what are you doing about this pin on the queen? You cannot play queen c2 because there is going to be a jump, something like knight b4 in the future. Yeah, if rook comes to c8.
Yeah,
Bishop
we'll see.
d6 was played.
Yeah, we'll see. But right now, white has to solve some problems because of this
Yeah.
spin. I don't like Sam's position because if he plays something like queen c2, to get away from the pin, how about rook c8 ideas, right? There's some issues with knight b4, etc. If you play g4, you just weaken your king. It's getting really dangerous. So he found the solution to this problem. He played knight f1. I suppose he's going to play... What's he going to play? Knight g3? There's no knight g3 because black can just take it.
I think he will play knight e3 and then g3, knight g2 is the idea of bishop f5. It is often an idea when you're playing with black against the queen's gambit. But I'm not sure if the pawn is on h3 in those situations.
Probably not. Yeah, I don't recall it. Now I see what you're saying in those Kazbat positions. This is indeed one of the core ideas. Try to trade this annoying dark bishop on d6. Either way, I think we can agree Pragg has a really great position here. He's in a great spot to fight for the win in the rapid tournament. And I think it also makes sense to go directly to the leader of the tournament and see how Maurizzi is doing against the two-time winner of the triathlon, Liam Le.
Yeah, for sure, it must be a very, very important game for this round. Maurizzi, if he is winning this game, no one is catching him. If he is drawing the game, Pragg might catch him. I'm not sure. How did they play? Did Haik manage to win Pragg, or they played in a draw in the previous round? That's actually a good question. But I think it's for sure one of the central games of current round because it's going to determine the fate of the rapid tournament here. So I would suggest we are going to run a prediction. I think it's already started. We have a prediction. So dear viewers, we would like to know your opinion on this matchup. Who do you think is going to win, Haik, or maybe the winner of the previous two editions of Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon? Or maybe it will be a draw?
Say your thoughts. We're curious to find it out. In the meantime, we have yet another version of the Kazbat structure. And yeah, it's one of the most famous structures there is. So here, white just played rook e1, rook d1, f3, and instead of this typical idea, if I may go back here, instead of this typical idea to play rook b1, b4, b5, which is a very, very classical way to establish weakness on c6, here the Armenian star says, I'm going to go for e4. You know, I positioned here the rooks on potential semi-open files, and after e4, I'm going to grab the center, and if possible, also go for a kingside attack.
Yeah, for sure. This is something what is happening in mind of Armenia #1 today. Someone who is celebrating birthday with being on the top of the list of the rapid tournament. There is nothing better you can wish for your birthday, or maybe there is something else. Maybe winning the Grandmaster Triathlon would be a better wish. But it's for sure an awesome start, because sometimes players have tough time on their birthdays, but we see Heike is in full shape.
All right. Yeah, so he indeed is not influenced by his birthday. Maybe he is. Maybe it just motivates him to play some better chess. Perhaps let's use this opportunity while both of the opponents are trying to figure out what to do against e4 push. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening, because there's not only the Masters tournament final round, it's also the Challengers. In the Challengers, we have Donchenko and Vaishali leading. So, what do you see?
Yeah, we see that Vaishali playing with a black against Salesarem on the bottom right. The position looks pretty uneven there. There was some kind of benko.
Yeah, I wanted to say sort of a benko. She's going for a kill with the black color.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's a good choice. And what about Donchenko? He's playing against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi on the top middle board. He's also playing with the black pieces, and the position also looks pretty.
Maybe let's go to that game, because
yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah, I feel that there's something weird going on with Maurizzi's position, because both of the players, this is a typical classical Karakan. Black has castle short, white has castle log. This is usually where you get your attacking chances, because you leave the entire other side of the board for the pawn play. So white just played f3 to push g4, g5, because black has the so-called hook at h6. But also black is doing something at the queen side. So I'm assuming that this f3 is actually a bit slow. And black can just capture the pawn on d4. So
yeah,
let's maybe check it.
Looks a bit slow, but
maybe it's actually pretty okay.
It looks nothing tactical right here, nothing direct. But I mean, optically, I don't know. I see evaluation bar was not really liking somehow this f3 move, but optically, I prefer white. Like, you have immediate attack, while black still has those two pawns standing on a7 and b7 not yet attacking. And this hook on g5, I like it so much.
Yeah, I agree, but that's why I think it brings the point. Maybe black doesn't have to. Black doesn't have to take on d4. And by the way, here Donchenko played b5, which marks a mistake, but I think that his idea is that he wants to open up the queen side, right? So his idea is he wants to play c4, maybe put the knight on d5, and something like b4, c3, try to rip up the defenses. And in case you're wondering, the viewers, is he blundering the pawn on b5? No, this is what we call a positional pawn sacrifice. So he gives up the pawn on b5 to open up the b file, something like rook b8, and just try to do something here. For example, white responds with whatever, queen c4 or queen d3, I'm not really sure. That he wants to play most like queen b6, attack here, b3, a5, knight e5, and most importantly, take white's attention away from starting a kingside attack.
No, Arthur, there are such players who love, this material approach. They would capture a pawn, try to defend it with a full power, and try to win in the end game. I don't think Marc-Andrea Maurizzi is one of such players, because, but he takes the pawn, right? That the moment when I'm saying that he's not a materialistic player, but he's capturing a pawn, maybe he sees something else.
Maybe he just, he realizes, we call this the critical choice. It's like, okay, when we look at this position from the white's perspective, if he doesn't take the pawn on b5, even a double question mark, that's an upgrade. because previously I think it was just a question mark. So he's like asking himself, if I'm not taking the pawn on b5, what I'm doing?
Yeah.
You know, am I playing g4? There's going to be c4. There's going to be e4, c3. I got to take it. I mean, as much as I would love to attack, okay, I'm going to take it, you know. So queen b5, rook b8, queen a4. Engines today don't really appreciate the player moves.
Yeah, maybe queen d3 would have been better to keep, you know, the queen some options to attack on the king side. But I think now what is Maurizzi focusing on is protecting on the queen side, and after that just trading some pieces, maybe going for an endgame and win with an extra pawn. So now what to play? b3 is a move, bishop c3 can also protect the pawn on b2. What do you want to...
Yeah, bishop c3 I'm a bit afraid, because I see most like knight e5, knight c3, now still get to the pawn on b2.
Right.
Bishop c1 is a bit passive. I would probably go for b3, but then again I realize perfectly the consequences, right? Because after b3 I'm pushing for the pawns in front of my king, the so-called umbrella. So in case you want analogy there, viewers, you're going outside, it's raining, you have umbrella in front of you, you're just raising it up, and obviously you're getting wet at some point. So you have to be careful.
Yeah, he has to be careful, but he has the dark squared bishop, so it might protect there on the dark square. So, and he's going actually for a more passive move, bishop c1, protecting on b2. Is it the moment where black should take on d4 and bring the bishop to the attack, or do something? I want to bring the bishop. I don't know. I want to bring the rook. I want to attack somehow. Can Donchenko do it?
He can and he will. I think the question is what's going to be order of the moves. I'm not really sure about that, and also neither is Donchenko right now, because he has 9 minutes on the clock and he's trying to figure out how to utilize these pieces, how do I get them over the queen side. He's pretty sure all he needs to do is find a way to crack through white's defenses. The position is super sharp. The bar says black is slightly better. I'm not sure what that really means, but I think we can agree that black here is having a very nice initiative at the queen side. So he's clearly fighting for the victory in also the rapid tournament. And I think it's a good idea also to check the co-leader of the Challengers tournament and see how Vaishali is doing against Saleh Salem.
Yeah, we have Saleh Salem, Emirati Grandmaster, with the white pieces. As we discussed earlier, it looked like a Volga or Banco gambit here on the board, which means it is actually very, very dangerous choice for black. So it's either, I mean, normally it's a game for two results, like you give up a pawn, and you either attack white and manage to win, or you lose because you are down a pawn. So what do we have in this position, actually, on the board?
So if we compare this to a typical Banco, in the typical Banco, there is a pawn on e4, a pawn on e7. And Banco has, I'm not sure what's the right word, like not a shady reputation, but it's like, it's at the highest level a bit dubious. You know, okay, I know that a lot of club level players, they're going to jump at me, how dare you? You know, I mean, Banco is a great opening. You get a lot of dynamics. Yeah, but you know, Stockfish doesn't really think so. Stockfish says that extra pawn is an extra pawn. And at the highest level, it's a pretty rare weapon. But there's a major difference. There are no pawns on e4 and e7. And by the way, in the Banco gambit, one of the core ideas for black is to play e6 and establish weakness on d5. So if you look at this position right now, Vaishali already has achieved this, right? She has sort of already played e6, created weakness on d5, and that's why with this opened a file and b file, this is usually where you position your rooks, and a combined threat of grabbing the pawn on d5, I actually think she has a very good compensation here.
For sure, but the question is, can she take instantly on d5? Because there is knight d5. If knight captures on d5, there is a bishop as a6. Very annoying.
Even bishop e4 might be a move.
But bishop a6, you're just taking a piece.
Yeah. Sorry,
Bishop
I didn't
a6,
hear it.
yeah.
Bishop a6, queen d5. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so it doesn't work. You can't take it. But there could be other moves. There could be moves like h6, try to force white's hand. Bishop on g5 is a bit annoying.
Yeah.
There could be rook b8. There could be rook a to b8. There could be knight d5. Maybe not here, knight b5, but black definitely has a very nice dynamic position.
Yeah, for sure, black has, and for sure, huge chances for Vaishali in this game. very nicely with the 5 points after the 4 rounds. Very impressive wins in a few rounds. Yeah, like she won against Igor Samonenkov. She won against a previous round against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. Very impressive play.
What's your prediction? Who's going to win? Is it going to be Donchenko or Vaishali? In the Challengers rapid tournament?
I would stick with the girls' Vaishali team. And you?
I think it's going to be Donchenko.
Okay. We'll find out. We'll see.
Yeah, we're placing our bets here.
Imagine if Pragg manages to win the game, Haik doesn't win, and if Vaishali also wins the tournament, imagine having both of them here for an interview as both winners of the rapid tournament. That would be exciting.
That'll be truly historic, being winners of 2 tournaments. But actually, I'm more interested. This is something we didn't really realize yesterday, because Chad brought up this question: what would have happened in the Chess 960 tournament if the challenger Vaishali had picked her brother? No, they haven't really already played enough games at home, right? They already know each other quite well, because there was this feature that for the final 2 rounds, the challengers were able to challenge somebody from the Masters. So I didn't realize, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, she could challenge Pragg, but I think Doncic was a bit faster. So
Yeah, Doncic.
like, okay.
He grabbed the bracket.
He grabbed the bracket.
All right, yeah. So,
Bird's eye view?
bird's eye view, let's pull it up to see what is happening on the other boards. Of course, we were trying to focusing on the winner, or not winners, but the leaders after the 4th round. But there are also other games ongoing. Where do you want to jump in? What is interesting do you find there?
Right. Well, maybe let's go through every single game and give our assessment.
Okay.
So, upper left corner, Samuel Shankland plays against Pragg. Obviously, this is one of the top games. Probably we are going to go there next, because I think Pragg is carrying out a typical idea in the so-called exchange Karakan, although it was not Karakan, but we are still there. I think he's slightly pushing, and Sam probably is not feeling very confident about the possession. Maurizzi against Donchenko.
Maurizzi against Donchenko. We checked a few moves ago. There is still attack on the Maurizi's king ongoing on the queen side. But that's also another game, another interesting matchup because of the standings for the rapid tournament. Then we have Vincent Keymer against Abhimanyu Mishra with some double pawns on the queen side, but it looks...
Yeah, extra pawn for him actually,
Extra
but
pawn,
Mishra
well.
has pretty serious compensations. I
Okay.
would say it's pretty unclear. Also, on the lower left corner, we have Biel playing against Samonenkov, some sort of, no, it's not a Catalan, I think it's some name, but pretty difficult to say. I really like White's position, very unbalanced game, would be fun to check, but I think we should mainly focus still on the leaders. Martyr-Jan, one of the leaders, the actual leader of the Masters Rapid Tournament, he's facing Lemble. He is slightly better, an isolated pawn on d5, but I think it's not enough to claim anything real. But of course, he's going to try. And finally, of course, Salem Saleh with his game against Vaishali, where Vaishali has a pretty good compensation. She just played knight b5, traded a couple of pieces. Still unclear. It's your call, Angelika. I would go for Shankland against Pragg, unless you want to see another game first.
Let's go. I agree with you fully, because we see that there is a typical plan executed by Pragg. What? Wait a second. There has been just some
There's a blunder.
brilliant move
There's a
happened.
blunder. Just
Oh
look
my
at that. We just
God.
94. We just caught it on the camera. I mean, just seconds ago, Pragg played 94 because here the American was not aware there is a tactical possibility at Black's disposal. Rook b6, rook a1. He defended rook on a6, and Pragg just fires out knight ace on d4. So the idea is that rook on a6 is under attack, and if you take on b6, there is simply intermezzo check either on f3 or e2.
Absolutely incredible blunder by the American Grandmaster. Okay, it's still a pawn, but I mean, this was a super important pawn on d4. This was a very important pawn on d4. This pawn was holding the whole position, holding the e5 square. Yeah, this. I mean, remember we just went to the game of at the very beginning against of Shankland against Praggnanandhaa, and you said Sam looks tired.
He
Remember?
definitely looks tired. He's unhappy. He knows he doesn't play well, and I can only assume it has something to do with his jet lag because he traveled here to Biel only a couple of days ago. He crossed 9 time zones, so maybe this is also the moment when this jet lag is kicking in. It's really, really tough. And even though Sam was super excited to, at the last minute, to be the replacement for Javokir Sindarov, you can see he is suffering here, but I'm sure he's going to fight back.
Yeah,
Maybe not in this game, but in the classical
But
tournament.
in the classical, and there is also blitz portion there. We have, that's why Grandmaster Triathlon, where we're having 3 different tournaments, and we had Chestnut 60 yesterday as a tiebreaker for the standings. Absolutely exciting match, and this is incredible how long Pragg can hold, this this pressure, because previous game he had the game against Vincent Keymer, this crazy game, absolutely the game of tournament most likely, where he was under huge pressure, he was under attack, but he managed to keep it cool, whole game, keep it sharp, and managed to score a victory. And now he kept it sharp, and he found this brilliant 94 blow, and
Yeah, that
it's
was
winning.
really nasty, and of course, this happens. So this is, I think, not only a game, but so far also the start that Sam simply wants to forget. I also read in the chat, I feel for Sam, man. Yeah, so do I, but that's sports. Somebody has to win, but also somebody has to lose. So this time, Sam is suffering here. He's going to fight back. So maybe now let's go to the leader of the tournament, of the Masters, Keymer, who is probably not quite happy to see if he's even following what is happening in Pragg's game against Shankland. He is leading Pragg by 1 point, if I remember correctly. They drew against each other in round 3. So in case there's going to be a shared amount of points, I'm not sure what's going to happen. It's going to be tricky.
Because they played a draw against each other.
Yeah,
They
so we
played a
have to
draw.
check the regulations, what were the next tie breaks, and the next tie breaks, so on and so forth. So that's why the regulations there are. You predict every single scenario. Still too early for that because the games continue. The games continue, and here we have Maurizzi's game against Limble, where he is, I suppose, pushing, because even though this black pawn on a3 makes a very strong suggestion that,
Yeah.
black is having some ideas there, he's trying to promote the pawn to the queens, but actually it's the pawn on b4, that's a major weakness. And the defending champion has to figure out how is he going to defend it. I suppose rook b8, but rook b8 is a very passive move.
It's indeed a very passive move, and we know that in the endgames we have to be very active if we want to achieve something or to defend. Normally, active defense is something what you have to play, but we see chess.com engine proves rook b8 apparently is a great move, the only move how he can keep the pawn. But now, is there something what white can try to pull off here, like some knight jumps, knight c5, knight e5? I don't know. I mean,
Maybe
either
g4? No?
g4.
Stopping bishop f5?
You want to go?
I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, actually, it's very, very nice move. Yeah, just blocking the bishop.
Yeah, because otherwise black is going to play bishop f5. There you go, just as I thought about it. g4 is on the board. Limit your opponent's pieces, not only the bishop on e6, also the knight. And I'm thinking white's going to play moves like king f2, maybe h4, g5. Okay, maybe not g5, but king f2 definitely, maybe rook e2, rook c2, rook c5, rook a5, rook a4, and try to get to the pawn on b4. So this rook on b8 is pretty passive, but you got to protect this pawn.
Yeah, and while Liam is thinking this position, I would suggest that we jump to another game just to check what is happening, because we don't have only leaders at the Masters section, but also challengers. Maybe we can pull out the bird's eye view and check what is happening for
Let's do this.
the games of Vaishali and Alexander.
Let's do this indeed, and see what's happening there. So where they are.
Look what is happening on the board of Vaishali against Saleh Salem on the bottom right. Some huge attack ongoing by the Emirati Grandmaster. What is queen doing on h6? Knight g5. Oh my god. This looks like a huge attack.
Right, so things have turned for the worse for Vaishali because she had this very nice gambit. She sacrificed a pawn for a lot of activity, and now, by the looks, it is Saleh who has the extra pawn and the compensation for it. There goes the second pawn on h7, huge attack. So I think he is going to take down this game and thus probably, most likely, erase Vaishali's chances to win the tournament. However, of course, it's still not over because, let's not forget, Donchenko, the co-leader of the Challengers tournament, he's still playing. The position is very sharp. And if they both lose, I don't know what happens then. Who's next?
Yeah, I'm not sure how they played against each other. So here we see on the board Vaishali against Saleh Salem. Salem is thinking, yeah, he's taking time right now. He's trying to figure out, is there some killer blow in this position straight right now? Is there some knight e6? Is there some rook e6? I mean, this looks like a huge sacrifice.
In the worst case scenario, there's just extra 2 pawns.
There are extra
so
2 pawns. Yeah.
he's just trying to find a way to finish this off. So 2 extra pawns, a lot of time on the clock would be a very nice way to finish the tournament. By the way, let's not forget the viewers. So it's not everything about the rapid tournament. Of course, it's really nice you win the rapid tournament, but this is the part of the triathlon. So even though you start maybe not really that great, every game matters because you need to amass as much points you can get in the rapid tournament, then in blitz, of course, right? So maybe let's pull up the regulations of the tournament because even if you do badly in rapid, let's say you have something like 1 point out of the previous games, you get 2 points in the final round, you still improve your chances because in the classical tournament, there will be 4 points for every single victory, right? So that's why every point matters really here. Of course, the blitz tournament as well with 10 games. So every game matters.
Every game matters indeed. As yesterday we had an interview with Praggnanandhaa. He said, tomorrow starts the fun. So he was meaning today starts the fun with scoring these points, which is going to mean a lot at the end of the tournament. And he's actually doing a perfect job so far, winning the chess 960, being the one with the highest tie breaks. Now he's in the lead of the on the second place currently, but he potentially can also win the rapid tournament. Absolutely awesome stuff we are having here. And we see that Salem is still taking time. Maybe it's time for us to jump somewhere else because he has so many games ongoing.
Donchenko.
Yes.
Absolutely. One of the co-leaders of the Challengers tournament where he played his absolutely sharp game against Maurizzi. Now you see, oh, this is getting really, really sharp. Somehow he managed to grab back the pawn. I think it was White who tried to make things happening at the king side. Now it's material balance, 4 pawns each. Engine says, White is tiny better, but it's just a mess on the board.
It is absolutely true, the mess on the board. I don't know, who would you prefer to play in this position? Like, would you prefer defend here and having some extra material, or would you like to attack here?
I will always choose the side who is attacking, no matter the time control. I think it's a proven formula, right? Whenever you're in time scramble, if you have a choice, you can choose, always be the attacker. Always attack, go forward, create chances, because even if your threats are not like definitely real, they're not threatening anything, not always, your opponent doesn't know that. So he has to evaluate all of these things, and he is more vulnerable to make mistakes.
That's a true point, especially in such a short time control in the rapid, where the players are always facing this time trouble. Knight g4 was apparently the great move in this position.
By the way, both his live says on the feature chat, if everyone draws, Donchenko wins by direct encounter. That's an interesting remark. Thank you for that. Pretty interesting, but does this look drawish to you? This looks like somebody is about to go down and the bar is merciless and says this is not going to be Maurizzi, right? So Maurizzi's position looks really fantastic. The pawn on c6 is far the ones. The bishop on c5 is marked as a mistake. I assume there is a tactical problem.
We see German Grandmaster is just holding his hands, trying to focus, trying to find some defending ideas. What do you do exactly in this position? How do
Whoa.
you...
Rook G1.
And who is attacking now?
Rook G1, that's such a strange
Who is
move.
attacking now? Oh, it's saying it's a miss?
I suppose he wants to go for the mate. Maybe it's not so strange after all. Of course, the engine indicates it as usual.
Yeah.
So takes, Queen H6, King G8, Rook G2 would be a mate on the board. Huge threat. Except maybe there is no mate.
Maybe there is no mate, but what about something like Rook A5 threatening a checkmate on A1?
Except why it's going to be faster. Maybe we can show it. So Rook A5?
But we don't take on. We go away on.
Oh, you
F8.
want to be fancy? I see. Yeah. So go King F8, and I'm going to sacrifice it more.
Oh, you sacrifice everything.
Oh, this is not good.
Right, this is not good.
This is not good. So yeah, maybe let's go back to this moment. What was the miss here? I'm also really curious. So after bishop c5, white had a number of continuations. So one of them, probably the simplest one, if it's really so simple, was queen d3. Go away. And now after rook a5, black is threatening with a mate. And now you just play a cool knight b3, defending from the mate and capture on c5, because this is also a fork.
Just a cool move. I mean,
Very
it's
cool.
so difficult to
Cool as
spot
cucumber.
it. And let's see what actually German Grandmaster played after Rook G1.
He played knight h5. He felt, yeah, white's attack is looking pretty real. That's why, once again, I said, you always want to be the attacker,
Yeah.
right? Because you don't really know, you don't know the evaluation bar jumps up and down. That's huge information for the players. Of course, they don't know that. Knight h5 is very human because you defend against any threats on g7. I assume queen h6 is not working because of bishop d4, and the knight on h5 is very conveniently defended by the rook on b5.
I want to sacrifice something, but I don't see how white can sacrifice here. I wanted rook c5 to make it work, but unfortunately it does not work, seems to me so. And
Can I suggest now, let's go to the bird's eye view and see what's happening, because we could give our predictions, what's happening in the Masters tournament. It's very difficult to follow all of these games at the same time, where the winner of the rapid tournament in both sections is being decided. Here we see Shankland is fighting back. What is going on there?
the tables turn around. This is incredible.
Wow.
Incredible stuff.
Pragg
Wow.
is a human being confirmed.
Yeah, for sure.
And Sam is fighting back. Huge game. What is happening in the Martyriasan game? Martyriasan now is slightly worse. Oh my goodness, this is insane.
This is crazy stuff. This is absolutely insane. Bishop a6 was played by Martyriasan.
Probably
Trying to
still
trade, yeah.
within the balance. Vaishali is fighting back. She's no longer losing.
Oh, that's very good. Very good.
And Donchenko's game is absolutely crazy. You know,
Wait, what is happening in the game of Sam Shankland
Yeah, let's go,
against
let's go.
Pragg?
Let's
Look,
go to that
the
game.
evaluation bar immediately jumped all the way up. What is that?
let's go and
Oh
follow
my
this.
God, what happened?
Apparently there was a miss by the young Indian player.
Knight e6, and now how do you protect on g7? How do you protect?
You don't protect it, you just grab it. Rook takes on g7 and queen a7. The question is there any perpetual for Pragg? He knows he messed up. It's
This is
unbelievable.
crazy.
He had an extra pawn, no risk.
Look at this computer even saying mate in 6. Incredible.
Now it upgraded mate in 10.
Mate in 10, okay. No more in
So
6.
it's not really so obvious. So the idea here is to play rook takes on g7 and queen a7, but you leave the pawn on f3 under attack, and Sam has 1 minute to figure it out. He feels, oh my goodness, I'm actually winning this. Just incredible.
What about actually playing something like knight g5? Yeah, and he's going for it. Knight g5.
Queen e3, rook a8, that was the idea.
Yeah.
He loses some time. No?
What?
No, he did not? No, he did not. Because I
did not.
saw Pragg raising the hands. He was so unhappy about this. He played king of fate. No, he didn't lose on time. Everything is good, everything is good.
He played the move with 1 second. Incredible.
Yeah, because I saw Pragg just raising the hands. He was so unhappy about it.
Yeah, because he maybe missed
What happened?
but knight is 6, and then here's...
What just happened? Oh, and the game's over. Just like that.
But why did
No.
Sam stood up?
Did he lose on time or Pragg just resigned? I don't really know what happened there. It was a bit weird, but it doesn't change the result of the game. Shankland wins and Pragg loses a very, very important game. And this means that this is a golden chance for Maurizzi to win the game. There you go. We see the bird's eye view. Does he have any chances? The position is pretty equal. In the lower middle board, you see his position against Limble. But he was still leading the tournament, by the way.
He was still leading the tournament. I'm actually very much interested who is the next one to catch Keymer Maurizzi. If not for Pragg, I think no one anymore, right?
No, Maurizzi, I think, is going to win this. So he's just going to shuffle the pieces here and there. It's going to be a draw. And with this, Maurizzi most likely will secure his victory in the rapid tournament.
Maybe let's go to that game to see if there is going to be a result soon. And
yeah, we could do that.
yeah,
So this is the position.
Feels like there is no way black can break through, and it's the same with white.
Yeah, I don't see how
Yeah.
he can make any progress. Just shuffle the king here and there, king c2, king d3, king d2. This is a dead draw. And with this, I think it's safe to assume that Maurizzi is winning the rapid tournament. I suggest, Angelika, we go to the very important game of Maurizzi against Donchenko in the Challengers tournament, because here Donchenko
What
has a very
happened?
good chance.
Wait,
to
what
take the tournament.
happened? Oh my God. What happened on the board? Like there was a huge attack, first on the black, then on the white, and
Now it's just
we
an extra
have
pawn.
an extra pawn.
Now it's just an extra pawn.
And it's connected. There was two connected passers, which black has here, and they are super, super important. And with the last seconds, Maurizzi is playing the moves.
Very important update. Vaishali cannot win her game against Salem Salek. So it is Salem who is pushing. Most likely it's just a draw. So this is a golden opportunity for the German player. Win the second tournament in 2 days. Yesterday he won the Chess 960 tournament. He already has the best tiebreak in case it comes to a tie at the end of the triathlon. Now he can take down also the first tournament of the triathlon.
By the way, Arturs, I don't remember in the last few years when there was this time when the two tournaments at the beginning, so the Chess 960 and also the Rapid tournament, were won by the same person. I think it was always very different. Like first tournament was won by one player, the next tournament was won by completely different players.
Yeah, I can't recall immediately.
Yeah,
Now
also
that you're
can't
saying
recall,
this,
yeah.
we've been doing commentary here for a couple of years, and at least in the past years, I don't remember. So this definitely feels like a new thing. You're right.
Yeah, so it shows how much Donchenko is actually dominating in the field. Of course, he was very close because Vaishali had also 5 points before the last round. But yeah, we see also in this game, he shows how much he wants to fight. He's sacrificing a pawns, attacking. And now he's just up a pawn in this endgame where, I don't know, it's very tough to protect. Super tough. How do you stop
No, it's
the
just
pawns?
over. This is over. I mean, White's only chance is to eliminate those 2 pawns and take on f3, and that's why here Donchenko made sure it's never going to happen. So Maurizzi is already dreaming about a scenario where he's playing rook versus rook and the knight, which will be a theoretical draw. But these pawns, they're worth more than that. I think both of them are potentially queens.
Yeah, maybe let's jump to the Vaishali's game because I think it's going to be finishing very soon. Or not. We are having actually the H and F.
Yeah, we can do
pawn.
that. Actually, this is the moment I would love to have a split screen, to be honest, to follow the
Yes.
games at the same time. But here, I don't think that Vaishali has any realistic chances to win the game unless she somehow manages to flag the opponent. Is still a possibility. But here, this is a
Yeah.
theoretical draw. You
Have-
can find it in
yeah.
the Recipe Same Game Manual.
Yeah, for sure. This is a theoretical draw. Practically anything can happen, but I think players on such level, they know everything, and I think that Vaishali is going to be able to hold it. Salem most likely knows that she knows this endgame, but still he has to try her out. He has to check out, does she really know this endgame, or he has to try
Couple of
to-
updates. Vincent Keymer just beat Mishra, and also Bienne has scored an important victory over Simonenkov, right? So maybe they're not winning the tournament, but this still matters for the triathlon. So here, Salem Saleh is pushing, he's trying his chances. And in the meantime, I think that also Donchenko has officially won his game. So this means, unless there's something dramatic happening in Vaishali's game, unless she somehow flags her opponent or there's going to be a blunder, I think that Donchenko is winning the second tournament in a row. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance by a German grandmaster here in Biel for the first time at the Challengers of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
And Martirosyan has played a draw
Martirosyan.
against Limble, and he's winning the Masters Rapid Tournament.
On his birthday.
Yeah,
It's
on his
absolutely
birthday.
incredible.
I mean, so you're going to have a perfect opportunity to invite the winners, Angelica, here to the stage. Not only ask him how was the tournament, etc., but congratulate him on the birthday.
Yeah, I think that the whole chat should congratulate, of course, all the dear viewers. And yeah, here we see still some last moves from the match of Vaishali against Saleh Salem. So there has been some repetition played, but Salem is still trying. Of course, he cannot lose it. Is it the last game we have ongoing? There is something else too?
I think so. Yeah, this is a pretty long game already, going in the move 80 in a bit. So one thing that I know about this endgame, as I already said, it's a theoretical endgame. I know a couple of things from the defender side. You always position the rook on the lower corner so that you can get checks here to G file. You give vertical and horizontal checks, so Vaishali is following textbook defense. And also, you put the king in front of the most advanced pawn. So white is trying to push forward. At some point, white is going to push h5, h6, give up the h pawn, and then we're going to reach another theoretical position. But apparently there was a missed victory a couple of moves ago, here after king f5. Here, apparently there was a win to play rook e6, king h7, and king g5. With the idea, if I go back in the corner, another thing I remember from these endgames,
cutting the king.
if the king is cut off, it's a win. That's very, very important thing to know. So this was missed, and now it's still within the drawing range.
Yeah, so that was missed by the Saleh Salem, but still the game is ongoing. He's still trying. And yeah, I mean, I myself played also played also this endgame from the defender side. Had some good, also good experience in that. But before I had this endgame, to be honest, I have not studied it, so it was really tough for me to face it immediately at the board.
All right.
So yeah, what is happening now? We have
Right.
some.
No, nothing is happening yet. So this is a potentially position that they can play for a very, very long time, because once again, to remind you, the rules of FIDE is that you can shuffle the position for 49 moves, and then you just push forward the pawn. Then another counter starts for 50 moves, so it continues forever. Yes?
Yes, yes. So we are having the moves on the board.
All right.
All right.
There you go.
King comes all the way to e6, trying to create some threats like rook g5 and trying to promote one of the pawns. I mean, the pawn is enough to promote, the other one can die, but is it so easy?
You know, Angelica, I don't know, but I'm looking at the body language of Vaishali. Does she look stressed to you?
Not really. I mean, she
Not
looked
really,
fully,
she's just
fully
very, very
focused.
cool. It's like
fully focused.
It's a mathematical problem. I know this is a draw. I gotta solve this. You know, it's really nice. And now she was not very happy about something. A 5, king h6. The body language was that it's a miss, and
what?
now it's winning again. How is it winning?
Oh my God. But now it looks like king is not in time to stop to block the pawn, no?
I think I could just play f6.
F6 looks
king
immediate.
g6. Rook here. The problem is you cannot afford the king to be cut off.
And what about rook d8 and what? So if you go king g7, then there is going to be.
If you go here, rook b6, rook d6. White
my
wants
God.
for the pawn. I mean, this position the evaluation can still change. It's incredibly tricky here.
It's incredibly tricky because there is always this check.
King h7. Is this a win? King h6,
And
king
king-
f8, f7. I think one of the rules here is if you get the king on f8 and the pawn on f7, very often it's winning.
Yeah,
This is what I remember from similar endgames.
yeah, it looks like that slowly but confidently Salem manages to push actually both the pawns. He's also pushing now h5, not letting it to be taken.
All right.
And the next move, something like king f8, f7 is for sure a move, and then
Very strong technique, f7, king g8, he's going to win the game. So
how
he
do you
managed
stop
to,
it? How
he
do you
managed
stop
to
the
trick
pawn?
her opponent.
Very-
Here, the king comes out, or rook e7, king e8, he's going to win this. Yeah, these endgames are usually winning. With the pawn on f7, king on f8, if the stronger side managed to do it, he managed to win the game.
Yeah, rook goes back to e1. There is no stalemate tricks. There is nothing after rook.
And that's
or
how
rook
you do it, ladies and
f7,
gentlemen.
yeah,
You
this
play a
is-
theoretical draw in endgame, you create some problems, and your opponent, in a time scramble, he tends to make a mistake.
The theoretical drawing endgame, but practically anything
There you
can
go.
happen. So
That's it.
that's it. There is a
Couple of spy checks, not going to change the outcome.
the
Check, check,
resignation
check.
is
That's it.
incoming. Rook checks, but king is just catching the rook, so it's not.
And with this is going to be the final game of the rapid tournament in both sections. Everything is over. We already know the winners. There you go. One more final move. There's no stalemate, no nothing. Vaishali has to accept. The game is gone. She just lost the theoretical draw endgame, and Salem Saleh wins. Potentially very important 2 points.
Very important because this every point is being counted, and in the rapid there are 2 points over there. We have the results after the round 5, after the rapid tournament. We see that Haik Martirosyan manages to win the rapid tournament with 7 points on his birthday. Really exciting performance for the Armenian number 1. We see in the challengers, Donchenko is hitting it off, winning 2 tournaments in a row with the 7 points, winning and crushing the rapid tournament. What do you think? Should we go very shortly for a break, Arturs?
Yes, absolutely. So it's been a very thrilling day. And one more thing, the top of the cake, the fruit on the top of the cake is missing the interviews with the winners. I would love to hear what Martirosyan and Donchenko are about to say about their journey here. Also, of course, Martirosyan is celebrating today the victory during his birthday. Dear viewers, hope you enjoyed this. It was a fun ride today, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the winners here, maybe a bit longer. Don't go anywhere, please. It's going to be fun. It's a privilege to have you here. We'll be seeing you very soon.
and we're back at the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and I am very happy to be joined by the winners of the rapid section of the triathlon from the challengers and the masters, Alexander Donchenko and Keymer. Congratulations on the wins.
Thank you.
And congratulations, happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
So first question, have you ever won a tournament on your birthday, or have you ever won the game on your birthday?
Yeah, I think I won many games, but not tournaments.
So it's the first one.
Yeah, I'm very happy about my results. I really enjoyed my tournament, and yeah, it's good for me.
How exciting are you feeling yourself now?
Yeah, I'm very excited actually to play against very strong players. I'm happy and looking forward to the classical tournament and blitz tournament.
Okay. Alexander, another win, like you're hitting it off, like first you're winning chess 960, so now you're having the best tie breaks. Now you're starting with an excellent performance in the point-wise in the rapid. How were the games for you? I mean, you said there were some ups and downs.
I would say they were at the very best, as unclear as yesterday, but generally they should not have gone in my favor several times. Against Salem, I was quite lucky, against Vaishali as well. And I think the last game was just up and down all the time. But on the other hand, of course, I basically gave away half a point in one move in the first game. It's what happens in rapid. If you keep your time in check, then you could minimize it. But here, it was just happening all around. In the end, I had the best result, but that's just because I think it happened to everyone to some extent.
For both of you, it's the first time at the Grandmaster triathlon participating here. You already played in chess 960 a few years back. How do you find so far your experience here? For you, Haik, it was, yesterday you were like basically finishing in the first place shared, but unfortunately due to the loss to Pragg, you were second. How do you feel yourself now?
Yeah, I feel very good. As I said, to play against very strong players, it's very good for me. Also, before Olympiad, it's very good for me. And as I said yesterday, I never played Fischer, but I already play in this tournament, and I feel very good in Fischer. And I ask myself, okay, I have to continue to play Fischer and with my friends maybe later. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Okay, and for you, Alexander, like it's the first time you're finally fully in the field, for this time. How are you?
Yes, and I have to say it actually, it feels probably more tiring than a classical game to play 5 or yesterday's 7 rapid games.
For sure.
And it feels like the tournament is really underway, but now there's a rest day, and somehow, let's say the first part of the tournament I'm very happy with, but we'll see, because classical games are very different from this, obviously.
So you mentioned Olympiad, you both are going to play there, and we've seen you played quite some impressive streak of the games, like 36 classical games in 1.5 months. Was it the practice for Olympiad, or there was some other special reason you've played so many events after each other?
No, I can say during COVID, I didn't play so many. I didn't have opportunities to play, and after that, I said, okay. I really love this game, and I wanted to play just chess. Doesn't matter how many games I will play. I really wanted to play chess, and even I think last year I played more than this year. I start. Yeah, I'm always happy in chess when I'm playing strong tournaments.
Alexander, after yesterday's victory in the chess 960, were you feeling more confident today that you might also win today, because it was both rapid tournaments, and now you had kind of help because you could prepare for the games, you knew the colors and everything? Was it some kind of better feeling for today's rapid tournament?
I wouldn't say it's a better feeling in the sense of I was sure to win or anything, but yesterday I saw that when I get to time scrambles, which will inevitably happen, I generally have a pretty good chance. And this isn't always the case, but yesterday it worked out, so this gave me some confidence for today.
There is some questions also from the audience. Haik, there was a question to you. So coming as a last, rated in the rapid and also your second in the classical, were you intimidated by any of your opponents?
No,
No,
for
you
me it
just
doesn't
play.
matter. Yeah,
You just want to
I
play.
just want to do my best, and I hope I will do also in classical and blitz section. But for me, classical is the important one.
Today is going to be a finals of the Euro Cup. Are you guys going to watch it?
If I have a time, I will watch because also it's my birthday.
Yes,
I have to
you
think
have to
about it, have
celebrate.
to organize it.
Do you have some plans for a celebration?
Yeah, I will celebrate my sister's family, and they are here. Okay, after this interview, I will join them.
And for you, will you watch the match or you have some other plans?
No, I think today there's a good chance to watch the match. Actually, I didn't even take my phone because, nowhere to leave it. But I wanted to check another match that is currently going on, which might be more interesting to me. That's the Wimbledon final.
Oh, wow.
So there's
you're a fan.
I'm a fan. Yeah, there's plenty of sports going on today, so I'll be busy.
And you? Do you watch Wimbledon?
I think I'm not a big fan of tennis, but sometimes I'm following. I'm more fan of football. I think I will watch the final.
And even more fan of chess, yeah?
Yeah, I really like football.
And tomorrow we have a rest day. Are you going to participate in the excursion, which is organized by the tournament? What do you think? Since you're finishing those 2 days on such a nice note, Alexander?
I will definitely go, since it's my first time actually being eligible for an excursion, so to speak. I would like to enjoy it, and I think the more you can distract yourself from what is going to be a very stressful week, the better, and it hopefully gives me more reserves in the games to come.
And you, will you
Yeah,
join,
I think
Alexander?
me too. Yeah, I will also join them.
Oh,
It will be a fun time.
Nice. Thank you so much for your time. And again, happy birthday from all the audience. Everyone was watching, everyone was
so much.
rooting. Incredible performance by both of you. Wish you a nice rest day, and we'll see you in the action on Tuesday in the first round of the classical portion. And I think it's time for us to check the standings after the round 5, so the final round of the rapid tournament. We see again that Haik Martirosyan is winning the tournament with 7 points. With 5 points, we have Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer, as well as Lim Le, the previous 2 years winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Abhimanyu Mishra with Sam Shankland are sharing the last spot with 4 points. Alexander Donchenko in the Challengers tournament winning with 7 points, and winning yesterday the Chess 960 event was also absolutely extraordinary performance. We have as well Saleh Salem with 6 points, and with 5 points Jonas Biel and Vaishali both sharing the 3rd place. Meanwhile, Maurizzi with 4 points, and Igor Samonenko managed to score 3 points. Yeah, so I think this is the time for me to show the magic trick, and we have instead of the players, now we have with me my favorite co-host.
Yeah, Angelica, it was an absolute pleasure to have both of the winners here. It was a really, really great day. And dear viewers, in case you think you missed an action, we are also doing recaps of the day. There's already one recap of yesterday's Chess 960 tournament. You can check it out on Biel's YouTube channel. Also, of course, of the rapid section. This recap will be uploaded later. And now maybe as a final word, let's have a look at the planned schedule of the tournament. What is still ahead of us?
Yeah, and here we see the schedule for the tournament. We already have the Chess 960 and Rapid tournament behind us. Tomorrow, on July 15th, is going to be a rest day for all players to try to adjust, acclimate themselves for the classical portion. And from July 16th till July 20th, there are going to be 5 rounds, round robin of the classical portion. It's going to be very, very tense time. After that, we will have a a blitz tournament on July 21st, and final stage is approaching on July 23rd to 25th.
Which is, by the way, a brand new thing, never tried before in the history of Biel Chess Festival. The triathlon is evolving. Speaking about tomorrow, so tomorrow is the rest day, as already we have mentioned it. Angelika, you asked this question to the winners of the tournament, but are you going to participate in the excursion yourself?
Absolutely. Like you even
You wouldn't miss
asked
it.
me, like I would never
You wouldn't
miss it.
for a thing, right?
I
Of
would
course.
never.
Yeah, this is going to be
You're also
great.
joining, right?
Of course.
Is our producer joining?
Of course. I think we're going to decide for him. Yay! I think I heard a yay in the background. Right, so it's going to be a rest day for the Masters and Challengers tournament players. The MTO, the Masters tournament, also will be running in the meantime. They are starting the action in these days. But in the meantime, I think it's for us for today to say goodbye. It was a really, really great day. Slightly shorter than yesterday, because yesterday they played 7 rounds. Today it was only 5, but still a lot of action. The triathlon is starting. The chess festival here in Biel is only starting. The pace is getting faster and faster. The viewers, hope you're enjoying this. Angelika and me, we're saying goodbye to you. Come back tomorrow. Write your thoughts in the chat. We really appreciate what you're saying there. Take care. Watch some football for Wimbledon. Have a great night. Bye-bye.